Commissioners, aloha audience. The special meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held via teleconference moderated by me, Chairman William Myla Jr. from the DHHL office, Halepono'i, 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, Hawaii. And today's date is Monday, December 21st, 2020. The time is 9:38 a.m. Pursuant to Governor's 17th proclamation related to the COVID emergency, Hawaii Revised Statutes Chapter 92 regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended through February 14, 2020 to the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream the open portions of this meeting via the DHHL website. For each agenda item, staff will introduce the item and a motion. The chair will ask for a motion and a second. The chair will recognize staff to provide the overview. The chair will then call on commissioners one by one alphabetically by last name for questions or comments if there is a lot of questions by commissioners. If not, we'll just play it by ear. Chair will ask for a roll call vote. Leah?
Commissioner Awo.
Here.
Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Ka'apu.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Ka'upu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Here.
Commissioner Nevis. Okay, Commissioner Nevis will join us in a few minutes. Commissioner Teruya. Chair Ayla.
Present.
We have 8 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Leah. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of approving the agenda say aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? See none, the motion carries.
I had my hand
Next,
raised.
we'll move to
Chair.
the.
I had my hand raised.
Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Commissioner Teruya.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
You're on mute.
Hi, thank you very
Okay.
much, Mr. Chair. So one correction on the last page of Monday's meeting, which was the 16th of November, planning office.
Oh,
Are you discussing the minutes?
I'm trying to put a correction, sir.
we're not there yet.
To the
Oh,
agenda?
okay. Okay, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, sorry, Bill. I'll wait for the next one.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry
We'll
about
be
that.
moving. We'll be moving, so all those, the motion carries to
Yep.
approve to the approval of the minutes, and I understand that we have Dennis with some corrections, and then Patty, do you have some corrections?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead. Can we have a motion to
So move,
approve the agenda, and then we'll go into the changes? So Patty moved.
so move.
Second.
Okay, so Patty, please go ahead
Thank
with
you.
your changes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? This is on the last page under planning office, item G1, paragraph 2, line 4. I'm gonna delete, he stated he would have an answer for her tomorrow. I'd like to delete that line item. According to my notes, you did not say that. So I want to delete that from the record.
This is agenda item G1.
Yes, paragraph 2, under discussion, line 4.
Hold on.
What page is that,
What
Commissioner?
page is that?
Oh, the last page, as stated, last page of the agenda,
Of the
under
agenda.
planning office, item G1. Leah, you got that? G1.
Okay.
She's looking for
For
it right
information only,
On page 24? 14. 14.
14 under
Oh,
25.
first day. Got it.
Yeah. So under discussion,
Okay.
so line item 4, he stated he would have an answer for her tomorrow. I request that you delete that. I don't think the chairman made that statement in my discussion. That's all. That's all I have. Thank you.
Do you want-
now. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
Other commissioners?
I just wanted to state for the record that Commissioner Nevis inserted an edit on page 13 of 15 to correct his statement to read permittee instead of beneficiaries.
Got it.
Any other commissioners? With amendments to the minutes? Okay, seeing none. All those
Chair.
in favor? Oh,
Wait.
yes.
Just a minor edit, misspelled word on page 4 of 25.
Yes.
Alden should be Masaoka.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Okay, we got that. Any others?
No.
With that, all those in favor of approving the amended minutes, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Public testimony, agendized items were submitted via, oh, I'm sorry, let me go back. Agenda item F1 will be moved to the afternoon. We have a staff member on the neighbor island who needs to join us in the afternoon. Just for your information, Deputy Attorney General Craig Iha will replace Deputy Attorney General Ryan Kanakaole from 1 p.m. on. Yep. That's it. With regards to the public testimony, we have received 168 public testimonies up until Friday, and then late testimonies equal another 56, which are also in the Commissioner's Cloud folder. Okay. With that, we will go to the consent agenda. Juan, would you please come to the table? Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Merry Christmas.
Good morning. Merry Christmas.
Good morning, Commissioners. Merry Christmas. This is Juan Garcia with the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's Homestead Services Division. HSD has 14 consent agenda items for your consideration this morning.
Commissioners, is there any request to remove items from the consent agenda? Commissioner Teruya?
Juan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas to you and your ohana.
Thank you.
I have a comment on page 2 of the D2 item. Approval of consent mortgage on page 2. I just thank you for the follow-up on the Nanakuli lease number 5195, Ms. Chalker. I appreciate your email response back to her. And I hope that, you know, as a new homeowner, you know, we're awfully excited. It's like a marriage, yeah. And
Yes.
so when you don't respond and staff don't respond to the beneficiaries, it's very hard, you know, and I think we want to see the process of when you receive homes that they can have the walk through with the process with the staff. So I asked, and I thank you first for responding, but I asked in the future if we can look for improvements of getting back to some of these beneficiary who has questions and have been calling for some help through their mortgage process. So that's one of them. The other one on page under approval of assignment of leasehold interest, I have number 1. I have a question on that parcel. Number 1, approval of assignment of leasehold interest. How big is that parcel on lease number 280, lot number 48A1? How big is that parcel?
I don't have that information before me, but I can get that for you before today, before
Okay, so
today's end.
I understand that it's right on Farrington Highway, but that's you have 2 homes that were just newly built on that parcel. So that must be a very large parcel.
Well, actually, that particular lease, the lessee previously had requested that that lot be subdivided. So there are 2 separate leases for that lot resulting from the subdivision.
So he's selling one part of the lease. Is that understanding from what you have here in your document?
The lessee is transferring his portion of the lot that was subdivided into two lots. So he's transferring his interest in lot 48-A-1.
Correct. Can you share to me, what does moving off island mean on your description? Because I see a lot of them when I read through it says moving off island. Does that mean the leasee that's on that property is moving or something?
Yeah, Commissioner, thanks for the question. When we receive a transfer request from the beneficiary, one of the questions that's directed from the department to the lessee requesting for the transfer is the reason for the transfer itself. In this particular case, the lessee has indicated that the reason for the transfer is that the beneficiary is moving off island.
Okay.
That was provided from the beneficiary himself.
Okay. So that means that Mr. Hawaii is not going to be living on the back part of that portion of that home. He's moving off island. That's why he's selling out his lease.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
He's indicated to the department that he will be moving off of Oahu and relocating to another neighbor island.
Okay.
When that's gonna be, I don't know. It's my understanding that he is related to the individual in the back, so he may spend, I would speculate he may reside there temporarily. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Okay. And my last question is, can a beneficiary on your property build a swimming pool? Do we allow that? I'm just trying to educate myself.
Yeah. All improvements require a building permit. A swimming pool would definitely require a building permit. If the particular lot is located on a property that has DCCNRs, which may or may not prohibit swimming pools. So it depends on the DCCNRs, but the department would approve it if there was a allowance or approved by the design committee of that particular association. In Nanakuli, being that there's no DCCNRs, the lessee would proceed with getting obtaining a building permit application from the county. The lessee would subsequently come to the department for its approval on the proposed swimming pool.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Russell?
Thank you, Chair. Juan, can you just direct me to the item that Commissioner Taruya was talking about? I'm lost in my item D.
Yeah, the first item was item D2.
Okay.
That was page 2, second one from the top, lease number 5195.
Okay. And then
And
Waimanalo was another one?
Excuse me here, D9 was the other item. Page, let me see here. Page 1 of D9 was in question, the second question that Commissioner Teruya had.
And then the pool question was related to that item?
That was not related, I believe. It was just a general question.
Okay. Thank you.
There are no other questions on any of the consent agenda items. We have a motion to consider the agenda item.
So move.
Thank you, Patty.
So move. I move.
Okay, thank you. Mike, are you seconding or do you have a question?
We need a second.
Yeah.
Second.
No, I had a question, Chair.
Never second, Leah. Never second.
Okay, Mike, your question?
Yeah, for one, a quick question. With regards to like item D2, when a lessee provides the reason for refinancing and it states cash out, there's several of those stated, and I'm just curious if the department requires or asks for any reason for the cash out.
Not necessarily, no. It basically allows for the lessee to use the funds for whatever they choose. And again, the borrowed amount is based on the appraised value of the property.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions pertaining to the consent agenda? Okay, if not, commissioners, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Not seeing any hands. Okay, the motion carries. Regular agenda item D7.
Commissioners, D7 has to do with a spousal substitution. I'm going to introduce to you Nicole Bell, who is the supervisor for our applications branch. Also, she is in the midst of constructing her home. Her husband is a beneficiary with the department, and they're in the process of constructing a home here in Kapolei. But I will have her introduce the item to you.
Good morning, commissioners. Okay, so I prepared a couple of slides here, and I believe it's coming up on your screen shortly. Okay, so HSD is requesting for your approval to leverage the spousal substitution policy for Mr. Jack Laal. He is an applicant on the Hawaii Island-wide residential waitlist. I've prepared a couple of slides here highlighting the important details of the submittal. The first slide.
Can I ask
Oh.
you just, hold on one second. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So, commission members, can I have a motion to consider D7?
No.
So move. Second.
Thank you. Okay, continue. Nicole.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, first time, guys. So on the slides here, I've highlighted kind of the important details of the submittal. And this first slide here is just introducing the policy itself. So on August 26, 1982, the Hawaiian Homes Commission unanimously approved the adoption of a policy allowing an applicant's qualified spouse to take an applicant's place on the wait list when it is determined that A, the applicant does not qualify as a native Hawaiian, and B, the qualified spouse was married to the applicant at the time the application was filed, such that the qualified spouse could have applied on behalf of the couple had the actual non-native Hawaiian status of the applicant been determined at that time. And on the next slide, there are some important dates that I want to mention. So Mr. Jack La'al and Ms. Lilson M. Penarosa were married on January 10, 1976, and his application date is 3 years later on October 12, 1979. So with that in mind and with what the policy states, HSD is requesting for your approval for the spousal substitution. I do want to disclose that at the time of death, Mr. Jack La'al and Ms. Lilson were divorced. They were divorced July 1999. And yeah, any questions?
This is Commissioner Nevis. I have a question.
Hey, Dennis.
So it looks like this person put in an application, or his wife put, or he put in an application. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then we found out later he wasn't qualified.
Yes.
And how long was that? When did we find out he wasn't qualified?
So in his records, we do notice that at around 1980, there is evidence showing that we had tried to gather, or we did gather, his wife and his wife's mother's birth certificate, and a Kumu Ohana chart was completed at that time. So I cannot indicate the specific date that we recognize he did not qualify, but I would assume at around that time, at around 1980, is when we were made aware.
Okay, so we accepted the application, assuming that he was qualified, or based on the records he provided that he was qualified, and we found out later that he wasn't qualified. Is that correct?
Yes, and when you say records in the past, we may not have gathered all of the necessary records at the time, and that we would go through the information with the applicant and take down the information to do the blood quantum, but not necessarily gather all the required documents at that time.
Yeah, I understand the process. So, but his wife is qualified.
Yes, we've done extensive research on her genealogy, and she is qualified and identified at 68.75%.
Okay.
And she was never an applicant on the wait list as well.
So when she passed away, they were divorced?
When Jack passed away, they were divorced.
When he passed away, they were
Yeah.
divorced. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, Patty?
It's okay, Mr. Chair. I'm going to pass on this one.
Okay, hold on a second. Before we proceed, Ryan, I'm going to ask Ryan to opine whether or not this takes us into where we should go into an executive session because of the personal information. Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. I was initially raising my hand to, say that this was eligible for exec session discussion. The proper citation would be under HRS section 92J-1.
Okay, thank
where
you.
DHL can discuss matters and documents related to the designation of a successor to application rights.
Thank you. Commission members, can I have a motion to go into exec session?
So moved.
Second, someone?
Second.
All those in favor of going into exec session, say aye. Oh, wait,
Aye.
says no. Hold on, Patty. They can't hear you, Patty. Patty, you're on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so towards your motion, there's a discussion, and so I wanted to also ask Brian, does that also consider the next item, D18, to go in ES, cancellation of lease, something personal? It's a question.
Let me check the agenda item real quick.
Yeah,
D18, right?
yes, sir. D18, we're good. That's the next item on we're going to be talking about a cancellation of lease. I mean, should that not also be under like an ES, something as personal as that? Just a question to you.
If it's regarding similar to in this discussion for the designation of successor, we're discussing a lot of genealogy type information and other marriage certificates and whatnot. If the cancellation discussion goes into those personal records, then it would be eligible under 92J as well.
So in the case of, sorry, Patty, in the case of D18, it does not. It's a straightforward.
Okay,
What about the case D17? That's
yeah.
another cancellation.
They're both the same. They're both cancellations. And so there is no discussion of personal information.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll take the vote to go into executive session to discuss item D7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Sorry, staff. Give us a minute to get back into live. We're back. It's cold in here.
It is cold.
I'm freezing. We're good. Okay. So we have a motion already on the table, and Helm and Nevis, would you withdraw your motion regarding D7, and then we'll entertain another motion?
Yes.
Dennis? Let's see the motion or this? Okay. I need Dennis to.
Where is Dennis?
You went to the lure.
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta go sometimes, you know.
I know, kind of cold that is.
Hawaii, cold up there.
Okay, Dennis is not here. We could do it another way, which is to the two folks who made them. We can't do it. Sorry, Dennis still needs to be here. Okay,
Yes.
Dennis, would you mind withdrawing your second to the original motion so we can get a new motion? You're on mute.
Okay, now you're okay.
Don't be obstinate, Dennis.
Withdrawn.
Withdraw.
Just
Okay,
second.
Patty.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to entertain a motion that the commission defer or table the agenda D7, substitution of qualified spouse, to a workshop being scheduled by the staff for DHHL.
That's good.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Second by Pauline. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Agenda item D17.
Lot number 70B in. I'm sorry. Okay.
Get away. Go away.
Item D17 is for the commission's approval to cancel lease number 6254, lot number 70-B in Panaeva, Hawaii, pursuant to Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 as amended, as there is no qualified successor to the lease interest.
Do we have a motion to consider staff recommendation? D17.
So moved.
Dennis? Second, someone?
Second.
Further, does anybody have any questions regarding this specific motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Continue, D18.
D18 is requesting the commission's approval to cancel lease number 10176, lot number 26 in Panaeva, Hawaii, pursuant to Hawaiian Homes Commission Act 1920 as amended, as there is no qualified successor to the lease interest.
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation. Dennis,
Second.
any questions on D18? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? No one opposes, the motion carries. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, commissioners. Be safe, and again, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Thank you, Juan.
Same to you, Juan.
Aloha.
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 With the commission's indulgence, can we take a 10-minute break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
recess for 10 minutes. became available, so we'll go to agenda item F1. Kahana?
Aloha and good morning, Mele Kalikimaka Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Item number F1, LMD is seeking the approval to extend right of entry permit number 678 to the State Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Forestry and Wildlife. And this covers an area out in Hilo and Mauna Kea.
Can we have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Dennis?
Second.
Second. Oh, thank you, Randy. Go ahead.
Okay, again, the recommended motion again is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the extension of a right of entry permit covering the subject areas identified and described below for Hawaii Island DOFA personnel to do regular fence inspection and maintenance and access through existing pasture roads to do resource management in Hilo and Mauna Kea Forest Reserves. Approval and action of this right of entry permit shall be subject to the conditions as noted in the submittal, numbers 1A through C, number 2, and number 2. I have Kuali'i Kamara, who's our East Hawaii District Office property development agent, on the line also, and is very familiar with this this item. And if you have any questions or need any further information, he's available to answer your questions.
It's a continuation, right?
Yes, correct. It's a continuation extension of an existing right of entry.
Commissioner Nevis, go ahead. Go ahead, Dennis.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so, I'm reading the F1, and it says that it didn't say maintenance, so they do fence inspection and maintenance. Is that correct, Kuli?
Yes.
Okay, and the fence, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so they built a fence in 2017 and a fence on the Mokai side about 2012, and it takes ongoing maintenance to keep them functioning properly and to fix any breaks in the fences.
And the fence belongs to DLNR?
It does, but it lies right on our property boundary.
Okay.
So it lies. So it's a boundary fence. It belongs to DLNR, but it also helps us to manage our lands as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
And how often do you do a fence inspection?
For the fence inspection, there is usually quarterly. So it's usually quarterly, but the areas, so the Ainamona lands are agricultural lands. They're former ranch lands, and they're adjacent to the Hilo Forest Reserve and the Mauna Kea Forest Reserve, which don't have developed accesses. So the access along the boundary really helps them to not to do things on our land, but to access the remote areas of the Hilo and Mauna Kea Forest Reserve.
Okay, and how do you access? You access by horseback, by vehicle, by helicopter?
So the access to this area is by truck, but the roads are pretty bad, and if it gets wet, the access is limited to ATV.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, Kahana, how long is this extension of the ROE?
A year.
Okay, so is that going to be renewed every year until such time that everything's completed?
Kuli?
Yeah. Thank you so much for that question, Commissioner Helm. You know, this access is a non-exclusive access, and it's almost like an easement. You know, they don't have exclusive access to our lands. They don't have anything going on our lands. They do help us to maintain the road and to clear some to clear some gorse along the way. But you know, it's more like an easement. So in the discussion, I did put in here that and I contacted so DLNR as well, and trying to work with somebody on a longer term MOU or other type that better fits this type of long-term easement, so that we're not coming before the commission every year. It's something that they put in the discussion.
Thank you.
Okay. Mike and then Patty.
Thank you, Chair. thank you, Kahana, and thank you, Kuali'i. So I like to just start by saying that this partnership we have with DLNR is absolutely critical. I mean, the fact that they've invested quite a few dollars in the fencing, I mean, that's amazing that the department, didn't have to pay for that, over $2 million. And along that lines, Kuali'i, are there further plans in the works to do any more additional fencing, or is it just a maintenance and inspection process for now?
It's primarily maintenance. So there's not the fences. So along our boundaries are complete. But again, the access, just as a neighboring agency, and a Mauna Kea watershed alliance partner, just to understand that the Hilo Forest Reserve is really remote, and there were never roads in there. And things come up, like we're working together on some rod issues, on gorse issues, and it's just in the long term. So things come up in the Hilo Forest Reserve and the Mauna Kea Forest Reserve that it would be beneficial for not only DLNR but us as a partnering agency to be able to address those issues as they come up. But as far as the fencing, yeah, the fencing is pretty much done.
Okay. Thank you. And with regards to the existing forests there, the Ohio Forest and the Koa, I know I've discussed with you a little bit about that. And can you tell us the estimated age of these forests? I mean, just for our understanding. And you're on mute, Kuali'i.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. So we have some weed eating going on outside, but so I apologize for the noise. But on the PU so adjacent to Hilo Forest Reserve is our PU Honua Mauka parcel, which is from about 4 to 5,000 feet elevation to 6,000 foot elevation, and we have really old forests, old growth Ohio forest. Some of the trees are over 1,000 years old. We have feral cattle in the area, and we are actually working to fence areas to remove the feral cattle. They're damaging the trees and helping the spread of rot. So we're losing a lot of our forests there. And we are, so DLNR is not taking an active role in that process, but having other experienced land managers in the area and working on similar issues, it just really helps me up there to have another more sets of eyes and ears and experts on the land. But yeah, we do have we have old growth Ohio forests so along our boundary, and we have the feral cattle issue up there. So it's so we have some really pressing issues right now, and it's good to have partners to be able to access the area. We work with BISC in the area also, and also so we have so having partners be able to access and having things in place for these access issues so it's really important.
You're on mute, Mike. Oh, sorry, Mike. Try again.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Thank you for that, Kuali'i. I totally agree. Partnerships with DLNR in this situation, with the rapid ohia death, with the gorse, all those challenges. It's amazing that we can work closely together. I want to commend Kuali'i and Kahana. He's the single staff person, that's assigned to huge area, over 56,000 acres. So thank you for your work there, Kuali'i.
Sorry, Kuali'i, if you can clarify BISC for the commissioners when you refer to BISC.
So BISC is the Big Island Invasive Species Committee, and we worked with them through limited right of entry to help us to do rod surveys and rod monitoring, as well as take aerial images of the condition of our forest in the area. And yeah, so again, They access the area through limited right of entry. If they need something really fast as a part of, so kind of working with DOFA, we can give them immediate access. But if they do actually come in there and do some functions like help us do surveys, then the access for Big Island invasive species committee is done by limited right of entry.
Mahalo.
I'm going to ask you to explain what ROD is real quick, so the commission members that don't know.
So ROD is Rapidohea death. It is a fungus that is decimating our forests on Hawaii Island, and it's starting to pop up on other islands. So it's something that comes in. There's no cure for it, and the best cure is prevention. It is spread by a number of ways, but the susceptibility of the forest for us in Piuhonua is limiting the damage by cattle. So the cattle will come in and bark the trees and make it susceptible to infection. So we really have a kind of a big issue in Piuhonua. But ROD is Rapidohea death.
Rapidohea death. Thank you, Randy, and then I'm sorry, Patty, and then Randy. Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Patty.
Hi, aloha. So a lot of my questions were asked by Commissioner Kalikini from the Big Island, but thank you for your presentation. I guess I wanted to ask you, who removes the cattle? Who does that when it's overgrown and, like you mentioned, the damage on our plants and species? So who does that? Do you contract that out or?
Yes, so we have 2 feral cattle removal licensees, and we went through a request for proposals process back in December of 2018 for those licenses. So it's a land disposition. It's kind of unique. It's kind of a unique disposition, but it was a competitive process that looked at the feral cattle removal, and also in there was conditions in there to provide meat and cattle to beneficiaries. So it was a process that we went back in 2018, and they are done. So not by contractors. I think the correct term would be by licensees, and we have 2 dispositions on the Ainamona lands.
And Kuli, just for clarification, when does that expire?
So those are both 3 to 5 year licenses.
I see. And so well, last one. In closing, I just wanted to comment on the name Ainamauna Legacy. I think it's a very beautiful name. So mahalo for all that you do up in the Big Island in preservation and working hard with both DLNR and your team. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for your time, and it sounds like so we're trying to put something together this next year to provide the commission with some more information on what's going on on the Ainamauna. So thank you guys so much for your time.
Okay. Run away at Randy.
Yes, mahalo, William. So I just wanted to acknowledge, I got some public commentary from our Mokopuni Council meeting on Thursday. And some who were in attendance were asking or wanting to voice that they would like to find opportunities to participate in these kinds of initiatives on any island. And so I just wanted to enter that into the public record. But that said, I do want to acknowledge the tremendous value that this kind of partnership brings to Hawaiian Homes. This kind of resource that is vast and requires a certain level of expertise in order to manage it properly. It's nice that DLNR is part of our team because it requires a full-time effort. It requires that they carry into this arena professional expertise and skill sets to help us manage these properties better. So thank you again for the partnership, encouraging it, and to both of you for spearheading this on behalf of the department. Mahalo.
Thank you, Randy. Any further questions? If not, okay, so all those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing no opposition, the motion carries. Stay right there, Kana. F2.
Item number F2. Item number F2, LMD is seeking the approval and authorization for additional rent relief and deferment period. Addendum number 3 to DCI Paradise LLC, Hilton Garden Inn, Kauai, general lease numbers S3831, S3840, and S4647, situated on Wailua, Kauai, under the TMKs as noted in the submittal.
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
Dennis.
Second.
Okay.
Just for the committee's, the commissioner's information, also I have our land agent here, Kaipo Duncan, and also we have Cindy Bolton, who is with DCI Paradise LLC, Hilton Garden Inn, on the line also. With that being said, the recommended motion and action again that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve and authorize consideration of an additional rent relief and deferment period as requested and submitted by lessee DCI Paradise, Hilton Garden Inn, general leases numbers S3831, S3840, and S4647. I know back in September, when the period had ended with regards to the additional rent relief, commissioners, if you remember, had approved an additional 3-month period. With that being said, I'm going to offer Cindy Bolton to present their request.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank everyone on behalf of the Chang family who owns the Hilton Garden Inn for all your prior considerations. And unfortunately, we really didn't, we were hoping that we wouldn't be back in this situation. When we spoke to you back in September, we were all very optimistic about the safe travel program that would open up the islands to mainland travelers and so forth, that would potentially get us back on track. But unfortunately, Kauai chose to opt out of the program very, very shortly on. After we ramped up our employees and everything else of that nature, we were only open for approximately 4 weeks. And so we've been closed down now for 10 months. And I can only tell you that financially it's been devastating for the ownership and for, the commitment we have to our loyal employees. We had to turn around very quickly. By December 1st, they closed the island back down again, and we had to lay off all of our employees. So it was really, it's not ample time for us to even begin any type of recovery whatsoever. I think the unfortunate part about the situation is that there's no timelines, there's no benchmarks. We have absolutely no idea as to when the island will be opened back up again for business, and we have no control over our revenues. So we are asking for additional consideration, and I cannot express how grateful the Chang family has been as to all your considerations that you've been able to give to them just in order for them to survive. I mean, the losses on a monthly basis are in excess of $250,000. And this is after we've laid off, over 90% of our employees. And we only retain a security staff to keep the assets safe and for asset preservation. So again, we're kind of humbly, hat in hand, coming to you again for the consideration, and we're asking for a 12-month period starting on January 1st, because at this point there are no timelines for opening back up again.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners? Any questions for staff or David?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I had concerns the last time, because I guess I have a few questions.
Okay.
Well, it's probably for Kahana. Kahana, for the time period that you're asking for deferral, is there any interest accruing during that time frame?
There would be interest accruing in that time frame.
And what is the rate of interest?
I believe as it presented, the first period was, I think, 4%.
I'm sorry,
So we're gonna go back.
maybe I missed, where did I miss that?
The initial authorization for additional rent, for rent relief back in April was 4%. So we're maintaining that 4%.
It doesn't, does it say that in your request?
No, it does not.
Right, so
But
that was my concern, because you're asking for a deferral, but the department is out in total based on your request, because there's no mention of any interest rate. Secondly, is there a date by when any deferment or deferred rents would be repaid?
That's a good question too. There was no date. We should put a date depending on when the commission, or what period the commission wants to give the lessee. I know we mentioned here 12 months, but again, the term is determined upon the commission's, decision.
Right, but if you're asking the commission for a deferral, I would suggest that you put all of the facts in so that we understand when we're going to get repaid, how much we're going to get repaid, and what would be any type of security that we would have. So in other words, in exchange for the deferral, other than the interest, is there any type of security? Is anybody on the hook as a personal guarantor, so that we, in the event that the company goes upside down, that we would have some way to get some money back?
Okay.
And then lastly, I don't have necessarily a problem with a short deferral, because we have the vaccine coming, and this is something that can be revisited within a time frame. I'm a little bit reluctant to grant a 1-year extension of deferral, because we expect that Kauai, and the mayor has said he wants to reopen the island. He's just looking for a way to get it done. But I expect that will happen at some point. So, if they're asking for 3 months and then we look at it again, we measure it at that point, I think that would be much more palatable to me than asking for a 1 year, because we don't, we just, like them, we don't know what's going to happen in a year. And if we've deferred it, for a year, that's money that's not in our pocket. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other commissioners? David, is that a friendly amendment to the recommendation?
As friendly as I can get.
Well, I can tell you, I really like your optimism. I hope that is the case, that they do open up the island. I think that's the intention, on everyone, is just to start getting back to business safely, and we are so looking forward to that. But may I ask is that if you are looking at a shorter term, and I appreciate where you're coming from and everything else of that nature, but if anything, if you could at least give us 6 months, because whether it's an intent to reopen, I don't think that reopening based on the current, current trends, I think from the island and everything else of that nature, is that there would have to be some significant changes, I think, in the COVID in the COVID environment here, especially on the mainland. And I can tell you, as someone who lives in Los Angeles, I mean, you can't pretty much go anywhere. I mean, it's become really, really crazy. So, kudos to the Hawaiian Islands for the percent of COVID cases that you've, been able to minimize, the risk for your constituents and for your residents. But I will tell you here is that it's become rather rampant. And the other part of that is that if you are going to shorten it, I'm requesting there's a 6 months, is that even with vaccine distribution, it doesn't seem like for the overall masses that they'll be able to distribute that until sometime this summer. So I just want to make mention of that before you do take a look at it. But we do appreciate everything you've done for us.
So
David?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. So I guess my amendment would be that we amend it to under the circumstances, if we include the interest,
Yes.
and if we include a date certain by when the deferred payments will be repaid.
Just for clarification, real quick, Commissioner Ka'apu, that was my intent, to make it equal or to make it similar to what we had presented back in April, which is the 4% interest rate, and you have 6 months after the end date, the deferment period ends, to pay back.
Okay.
And you have a 3-year term to pay it back.
So three, you would start repaying it 6 months after the deferral period ends?
Correct.
And then you would have 3 years to pay it back, meaning you would take the total amount deferred, divide it by 36 months, and then, which would also include the interest.
Correct.
And then you would repay it over the 3-year period?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I will amend my motion to reflect that.
Okay.
Can we have a second? Patty? Oh, no. Okay. She's not seconding. Can someone else second?
Second.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, we're in discussion.
Question.
Patty, and then,
Question.
Pauline, go ahead, and then Patty, and then Russell.
David, it's still 3 months. Is that still 3 months?
Oh, my motion?
Still, yeah, 3 months.
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with the 6 month
Okay,
extension.
I was just going to say, I think 6 months is okay.
Yeah, for me it is.
All right, I support 6 months.
Okay, thank you, Pauline. Patty, and then Russell.
Okay, so I got the clarification. So it's 6 months that you wanted to add on amendment number 1. I will be not supporting your motion. I prefer 3 months time period with all the destruction and budget long fall for this department. I think 3 months and then come back to the commission would be a little more appropriate for this body to look at, being that we're in such a budget deficit. So I will be supporting number 1 at 3 months. So with your 6 months motion, I will not be supporting that motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Russell?
Chair, I was going to ask the same question. I don't, I prefer a 3-month period myself. And then, Kahana, when we come back, can we Well, I guess you had determined, or they asked for a year last time in this extension. I would suggest you not come back to us with a 1-year extension request again. It's a little bit concerning for me that we go back to 1 year or ask for 1 year when we've already extended, 3 months at a time for the reasons that were stated last time around. So,
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Russell.
Chair.
So, go ahead, Zachary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Kahana, what kind of revenues are we talking about as far as lost for the department for each month?
If you look at pages 2 and 3, you see the monthly or the annual rents that we should be getting from each lease. And if you divide that by 12, I don't have
Okay.
my calculator with me right now, but
I see it.
pages 2 and 3.
Got it. Thank
So,
you.
Okay. If there are no more questions, I would just want to add that I believe that 3 months is too short. Understanding the COVID situation and the numbers that are increasing now, as well as the amount of time it's going to take to get enough people vaccinated to get to that point where we feel comfortable, I would say that 6 months is reasonable, a reasonable time frame to start a recovery of some sort. And so I just wanted to state that for the record. We do have a motion on the table, an amendment to the main motion. So let's vote on the amendment first. Just to make it clear, the amendment is for 6 months, interest, a date,
4%.
4% interest, a date by which to pay back, and then the description of when to pay back and the process.
And Chair, this is Russell, just to confirm that the recommendation from the department is to go to a 6-month extension. Your comment you just made.
Recommendation by the department is the 12-month extension. However, there's an amendment on the floor for a 6-month extension rather than a 12. I was expressing my support as a commissioner for the 6-month extension.
Got it. Thank you.
Give everything away.
Okay, any questions?
Nope.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask Leah for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Wolf? He's coming.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm?
Aye.
Commissioner Kaapu?
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu?
Aye.
Commissioner Namuo?
Aye.
Commissioner Nevis?
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya? Oops. You just went on mute. Can you repeat your vote?
Okay, I vote nay. I support 3 months. Thank you.
Chair Ila.
Aye.
So we have 8 ayes, 1 nay, motion carried.
Okay, thank you, Kahana.
Thank you, Commissioners. Melikali Kamaka.
To you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so now we have to go back and confirm the main motion. That was the amendment. Roll call vote again.
Commissioner Wolf.
I'm sorry, what are we doing now?
So now we're voting on the main motion as amended.
Oh, okay. Aye.
Commissioner Helm?
Aye.
Commissioner Cobb?
The motion has amended.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu?
What?
Commissioner Kaupu?
Aye.
Commissioner Namuo?
Aye.
Commissioner Nevis?
Oh,
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya?
I abstain.
Chair.
Aye.
So we have 8 ayes, 1 abstention, motion passes.
Thank you. Mahalo.
Sure.
Okay, do we have, okay, we do have Rodney. We'll go to agenda item H1.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item number H1. It is recommended that the Commission approve a pilot loan program and related program budget costs from the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund for fiscal year 2021.
Okay, can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Go ahead. Questions? Commissioners? No questions?
Yeah, Chair.
Go ahead, Zach.
What is the amount of that pilot loan program?
The pilot loan program is $1.5 million in total. $1 million will be for loans, and $500,000 is to create a program. Because, you know, this is from scratch. So this program development.
Okay.
Okay,
Randy?
thank you. Thank you.
Am I up?
Yes, Randy.
Oh,
And then Patty
okay.
after.
Okay, thank you. So again, I really like what this recommendation is intended to do to create options to reduce our wait list. I do want to say though, again, at our Mokopuni Council meeting, some questions came up that I think we can address when we move forward with getting into the weeds. But some of the questions that have come up is, one was, as an example, is the department entertaining using this program to expand trust inventory? How will the department position itself on the loan? Will it look at taking a subordinate position? What risk will that entail? Will the department require participation in a counseling program? And how does this affect the wait list? If you qualify, for example, what are the conditions that would allow you to get back onto the list if the intent is to reduce the list? You know, so those some of the questions that have come up. Some of them have been answered in the original presentation, but I just wanted to put that out there as what we have discussed so far.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Patty, you had your hand up? No? You're muted.
Yes. Merry Christmas, Rodney. My question is, you said 500,000 is that's part of creating the program. Is that 500,000 budgeted for what? Staff hire for that pilot program? What is it going to be used for? There you go, the boss lady.
Good morning, Commissioner Teruya. It's a very conservative number because we anticipate that there are some we're moving into new terrain for us. So the way, if it is a subordinate loan, we want to make sure that if there are legal issues associated with that, because we're talking about fee simple purchase, we want to make sure that we understand the time frames that transactions take, because it's a very different situation. So some of that requires due diligence work that right now our staff just is tapped out and not available to do. It may require some legal look. And again, with just Ryan on the AG team, we just don't have the depth of resource. So those are some of the questions. And then when it actually gets to the implementation of the program, we want to work with a third-party vendor so that we're able to expedite getting the program out, whether it's the outreach or response or those kinds of things. So it is a very big number for program implementation. However, if we only use half of it, we can allow the balance to be used to the program implementation itself, right? So we just wanted to give the commission an idea, at least beginning the breakdown of the budget for this pilot. And in addition, we anticipate that it's going to have a positive reaction and people may want to see it expanded, which will require probably administrative rules. And again, we don't want to have that delayed in any way. So one of the components of this programmatic piece will be an evaluation of the pilot, lessons learned, so that it truly is a test to see what can and cannot work.
Okay. So with that being said, is that funds already budgeted, or
no?
Are you going to the ledge in 2021 to get this funding?
No, this budget, because it's very specific and very creative, we're looking at the NERF, the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund. This is within the discretion of the commission. And so this would be an add-on to the current fiscal year. And that's why we're coming forward with the budget amendment before we start the program development. And then the detail that Commissioner Awo had mentioned, we will be coming back at a future date for the program approval with all the component pieces to it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Joby.
Welcome.
Thank you, Patty. Russell?
Thank you.
Chair, thanks. Can someone address the comment that Randy passed on about reducing the waiting list? Is that confirmed? Is that what happens if you're awarded support through this program, this pilot program?
Yes. The primary purpose for the program is to address the waiting list. So yes, that would be the recommendation from staff, that one of the conditions of accepting the grant would be that you would take your name off the list.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Dennis, did you have your hand up earlier? You're on mute.
Yeah, I didn't have it. My questions were answered. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dennis. Any other questions, commission members? Okay, if not, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Agenda item H2.
Item number H2, it is recommended that the commission approve the transfer of the entire receipts deposited in the Hawaiian Home Receipt Fund as of December 31st, 2020 to the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund.
Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Are there any questions pertaining to this transfer? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing no nays, the motion carries. Thank you very, very much,
Okay, thank you, commissioners.
Rodney.
Thank you, Rodney.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Rodney.
Okay, we got our J agenda items next, and staff will be responding to the agenda items that were listed below, and you'll be copied on the responses. And with that, are there any questions on the J agenda? Okay, thank you, Commissioners. Go ahead, Randy.
Yes, so just a couple comments on the J agenda regarding Kalaupapa. And I just want to also acknowledge that the comments that have come in regarding the Kalaupapa partnership with national parks, they continue to raise concerns that as a result of their ongoing meetings, their voices are not being properly heard. One of the things that they're asking for is that the national parks explain in writing why they have gone from an EIS to an EA. That's one of the questions. And as a result of the working group, the current working group feeling that they're not really being heard, the executive director for Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa is asking that the department support them in developing a working group of knowledgeable organizations or individuals who have participated in the GMP process faithfully over the years to provide advice and oversight to Kalaupapa. They're also asking that this group have some teeth in dealing with national parks, and that in formulating this committee, that national parks not be the ones to make the selection. They want this selection to come from community members who are currently participating in this effort. And so I do support that. I think it's an important and legitimate request that they are making. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Patty?
Right now. Can you hear me? Thank you. I'd like to make, for the record on item J3, Charmaine Ta'ua. This beneficiary is Nanakuli Ahupu'aha, and she has brought it to our attention to the department since September of the increase of harassments on her family by theft, by destroying their homes, and neighbors that are doing that to her. These are people that live down the road. I'm not going to explain if they distribute, but there's been nuisance abatement concerns. But this people, Charmaine Ta'ua, I had an opportunity to visit her and to see what was going on. I walked the community and to talk to her because she has not heard anything from the department when she turned in her concerns. She is requesting that this body and commission and the department can at least speak to her and her family of the increase of harassments and vandalisms that are happening to her home. And these are not people from the outside, but people that live next to her on DHHL land. So by visiting her and talking to her and writing my notes down, I told her that I was going to bring this up, Mr. Chairman. And I think in September on our agenda minutes, you also stated that there will be a follow-up. So today I'm asking that the department will please follow up on this family in any which way of a call or email to see how we can at least acknowledge her concerns.
Okay,
So
we have.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Patty. We have, and E-Team is conducting an investigation right now.
Oh, amen, amen. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll report back up.
Thank you, sir.
Chair. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. For the record, I totally agree with Commissioner Awo regarding the Kalaupapa planning and management on his comments. So I just wanted to put that for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Zachary. Okay. Shall we take another 10-minute break before we go to agenda item C1? Oh, I'm sorry, before we go, Russell?
Chair, is Kahana still in the room?
Yes, he is.
I wanted to address the submittal for J4. And I want to confirm, this is the parcel that was the subject of it would be the first
Pilot project site.
ROE under the pilot project, right?
Correct.
So can you summarize for me this information? This is the person who had the current ROE and then was giving it up, right?
Yes.
And her mana'o is that the people that she was subleasing to, even though she wasn't supposed to be doing that,
correct,
that they're not good people, basically, is what she's saying.
What she's saying, correct.
And then she also says something about back rent being owing for a period of time. That's talking about the sublease rent, right, to her.
Correct.
Not anything owing to the department.
Correct.
Is she herself current on what she owes to the department for the parcel?
I need to double check that. I can get that information back to you.
And what's the status of this one? She's now out altogether?
She, as of November 30th, the right of entry has been surrendered.
Her right of entry, but these folks that were subbing from her are still on the property right now.
Evidently, yes.
And then we've remind me what we've extended to them until we get this ROE process worked out. The pilot?
We have not formally extended anything as of today's date. I just wanted to make sure that we finalize everything with Miss I forget her name, the former tenant, Ellen Sanborn.
Ellen Sanborn, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so and then I know we get plenty on our plates right now, but what is your time frame for addressing all of these matters, including the ROE thing? I'm not pushing for you to do that. I'm just trying to figure out when it might all happen.
I'd like to bring the ROE, the pilot program back again next month. I know the holidays are upon us, so as far as the program, I'd like to bring that back up next month in January. In regards to Ms. Sanborn, I will reach out to her, give her a notice, and work with I guess, chair and office of the chairman in regards to the status on the existing tenants that are there.
Yeah, and are you accepting payment from them now of any sort, or?
At this point in time, no, I'm not, because we don't have anything formal.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, there are no other questions. We'll take a 10-minute break and then come back in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Commission members, we're back in session and we're moving to agenda item C1. Presenting agenda item C1 is going to be Deputy Tyler Gomes, and we have Lehua standing by to provide assistance. Can everybody hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Ano ay kako o vao Tyler Kitagomes ko hope luna ho okele. Aloha commissioners. Aloha to all the folks who are watching online today. I know many of you have stayed on particularly for this item, so we appreciate your patience. Lonoik makahiki, happy holidays to everybody. We're here on agenda item C1 as a for information only on the approval of legislative proposal to authorize limited casino gaming in the form of a single integrated resort property in Kapolei, island of Oahu, on Hawaiian homelands designated for commercial use.
We don't need a motion, so.
Commissioners, we have a brief presentation for you today. With your indulgence, I'm going to ask that you allow me to get through the presentation and then we'll open it up for questions at the end. To address a question at the outset, I know for many of you, especially at home, are wondering why now? Why in December, a month before the legislative session, is this coming out? And I'm happy to address that at the upfront. About a month and a half ago is when the Star Advertiser article was first released and we were on the front page. And universally, it was agreed that the status quo is not working for our department. The status quo is not working for our beneficiaries. And so I challenged our staff to think critically and think outside of the box about what we could do differently, about what the one big move we could take could be to make a difference in the next 100 years. It also happened that around that time was the final economic projection. We're looking at a $1.4 billion deficit annually every year for 4 years. I think Commissioner Taruya brought that up. And when you consider the economic deficit that the state is facing, if you consider that the program and the system set up around it is not working for our beneficiaries, now is the most important time to consider measures like this. Going into the legislative session, there will not be money for the legislature to hand out, but there will be rights and opportunities. And so I apologize that this is a month before the legislative session, but this may be the one legislative opportunity we have to take advantage of what we can using our resources. So without further ado.
No, I gotta open.
This is a plan for the next 100 years and beyond. Are we? I think it's on full screen. Great. This is a plan for the next 100 years and beyond. We need only look to the Hawaii State Constitution, where the state and its people do further agree and declare that the spirit of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, looking to the continuance of the Hawaiian Homes projects for the further rehabilitation of the Hawaiian race, shall be faithfully carried out. This is in our Constitution because it's critical and it's important. It is a call to action, not only to our people, but to our lawmakers, that we all have a kuleana to help further this program. And like I mentioned, the fact the status quo does not support our program in reaching our goals, we all have a shared kuleana to help push it forward. The first issue that the department is up against is a matter of basic economics. It's supply versus demand. Up on the screen right now is a listing of all applicants for residential leases only on each of the islands. You'll see that Oahu makes up over 50% of individuals waiting for homesteads. Compare that to, in bold, the supply, what's available. Simply put, we cannot put 10,870 Oahu applicants in 1,600 acres of land. We can't even put the 1,699 applicants on Kauai in those 1,100 acres because of the costs associated with it. At the very base level, we simply do not have enough developable residential land to solve our need. The second problem we're facing is an issue of time. If we are to continue at the rate that we are currently producing homes, it will take us 182 years to solve the problem of the wait list. And that's assuming that nobody else applies after today. And we know that's not going to happen. Second, we know that more than half of our waitlisters are over the age of 60. Many of them want infrastructure and want homes because they don't have the time, they don't have the resources, they don't have the family to help them construct a home. And so while we've offered a diverse number of offerings, many of our waitlisters are limited by their age alone. And lastly, and most soberingly, at least 2,000 Native Hawaiians have died on the wait list. Simply, we cannot allow another 2,000, let alone another 200 to die if we can try. And so we're asking for your open minds in considering this bill, because this bill is designed to help us put Hawaiians on our lands in homes. It's designed to help us address the wait list. This bill is designed to stop Native Hawaiians from dying on the wait list. And so the question is, how do we plan to do it, and why gaming? And what I plan to do is show you some of the data from our cousins on the continent, the Indian tribes who have benefited from similar arrangements. I want to be very clear because I think that there is sometimes controversy around the difference between Native Hawaiians and our Indian cousins. This bill does not require federal recognition. This bill does not get into federal law. This bill does not trigger the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. All it is an administrative bill under state law to give us the authority to do something like this. And so while I'm offering data on Indian tribes as a comparison, by no means is this bill meant to put us in a similar situation or to attempt to gain the same rights that Indian tribes have. Lastly, there is an issue of money. And so I'm going to try and illustrate what our problems are currently. Just a couple of months ago, this commission approved our fiscal 22-23 budgetary request. If you recall, we requested from the governor and the legislature $145.9 million. That is what this department and this commission believes is necessary to deliver for the next fiscal year. By comparison, this is what we received last year. $20 million, 1/7 of our ask, $120 million short. Right now, there is no solution that has been proposed to make up the gap between $145.9 million and $20 million. None. I think it is very easy to say that delivering on this mission is simple, that the department does not need more money. This chart alone shows you that the suggestion that money is not the issue is not based in reality. But let's put it into an even larger perspective. Let's consider the lot developments we did in Kapolei, where it cost $150,000 just to put in the infrastructure alone for those lots. If we were to assume that every lot here on out was just as easy to develop as Kapolei, which isn't true because it's even harder in Waiahuli, for example, but let's assume that it's at the cheapest at $150,000 a lot. With 28,000 individuals on the wait list at $150,000, we are looking at an infrastructure bill at $4.5 billion on the low end, all the way up to $12 billion just for the infrastructure on existing lots alone. This does not even account for the acquisition of new land. The reason we cannot solve the wait list is because of this gap here. And like I said, there are no other solutions being put forth to figure out where the money is going to come from. And so that's what we have for you today. Currently in the United States, there are 29 states that allow for tribal gaming, and they're on the screen now. If we look at the National Indian Gaming Commission's gross revenue by region, you can see that the range expands from the low $368 million in gross revenue in rural regions like Montana, North Dakota, and South Dakota to as high as $9.2 billion in California and just half of Nevada. In total, 501 gaming operations by tribes across our country exist. They bring in $33 billion in revenue. Of the 29 tribes that currently allow gambling, let's consider the top 16 grossers. These circles represent the proportion of which they bring in revenue, obviously California being the largest. The second number underneath illustrates the number of facilities in that state. The third number illustrates the number of jobs in this industry that gaming brings. What's important to note is states like Connecticut, states like Florida or North Carolina, where they have between 2 and 8 casino operations, are competitive on the national market because it's not about the number of casinos you have in your state. It has to do with quality of the casino. It has to do with investment by state and local government. And so to that end, we can estimate from the data that a single casino in Hawaii could introduce an additional 3,000 to 8,000 new jobs and careers that did not previously exist. And not just jobs in the service industry. These are jobs in managerial and executive positions that previously did not exist. Lastly, this is what the tax revenue for those states are. 156 million on the low end in Louisiana to as much as $3 billion of tax revenue in California. This is what's possible with this bill. And so we're asking for your open mind, not just to help us fulfill the mission by increasing our revenue, but to consider what the possibility here is. So we're going to go into what this bill does. This bill gives authority to the governor to appoint a 5-member commission. There'll be the Hawaii Gaming Commission. It'll be administered as an attached administrative agency under DHHL, but it will not be controlled by DHHL. DHHL will not have any operation oversight, and that's to maintain integrity. You want to make sure that if DHHL is the beneficiary of all that revenue, that it is not also controlling the oversight. And so we created a separate commission. That commission, we're looking for a very specific set of expertise because what we've learned in discussions with tribal experts, with industry experts, is that the quality of individuals on your commission will dictate its success. So we're looking for individuals with experience in corporate finance and securities, criminal investigations and law enforcement, legal and policy issues related to gaming, regulatory administration or industry management, and we want at least one member to be a Native Hawaiian under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. That commission would then go on to appoint an executive director. And together, that would be the Hawaii Gaming Commission and its staff would be responsible for 2 priority areas. The first being administration. So issuance of a gaming license, collection of taxes, accounting of revenue, and adoption of regulations. They'd also be responsible for enforcement. So investigations of violations, imposition of fines, inspection of records, ejection of individuals. The reason tribal governments are so successful with their gaming operations is because when you put in the effort on the end of the regulatory framework, when you make sure that the emphasis on integrity and success is there in the upfront at the beginning of these discussions, you have a higher chance of success in the long run. Now, there are a number of concerns in the public right now in the limited time people have had to review this bill about, well, what happens if we introduce one casino? We don't want this to look like Las Vegas. We don't want gaming to be unregulated everywhere. And so this bill is very specific and very limited and creates 5 limitations that effectively prevent expansions of gaming beyond Hawaiian homelands. And so those 5 limitations are: first, it is an issuance of a single 20-year license. No other licenses will be given out. That license is renewable after 20 years, but it's not a guarantee. We placed a condition so that if the licensee wants a renewal, they've got to prove that they delivered on their promise to Hawaiian homelands to generate revenue. Second, it is for a single integrated resort. An integrated resort is a resort facility that may include gaming facilities, but also other recreational activities. There will only be one in the entire state. The limitation will be for on Department of Hawaiian Homelands land. We're not giving this land away. We are not selling it. It remains in our inventory. Instead, we're leveraging the potential of that land for maximum revenue generation. The land would be in Kapolei, and lastly, on land designated for commercial use. Now, this is important in conjunction with in Kapolei. The reason is the remaining commercial land in Kapolei, when it was given to the department, did not allow for us to use it for residential use. So if it's only available for commercial use, then the question before you should be, what is the maximum opportunity for the department to leverage it to our benefit? Now, I understand that there are concerns about beneficiary consultation, and we hear it loud and clear. The reason we selected lands designated for commercial use is that those lands were put out for beneficiary consultation, extensively so, and the beneficiaries agreed that it should be used for that purpose. That said, this bill, it does not decide on what lands an integrated resort might go. It does not decide who's going to build it. We're not even building it tomorrow. But before we get to the point of the department deciding where and what is being constructed, the department will be doing beneficiary consultation with beneficiaries about what benefits we would like to see from this. Now, in order to review the application, to ensure success and make sure that we are delivering on Kuhio's vision and we are making sure that we're focused on goals, we are not going to be building the casino and we are not going to be operating it. We have other important things to focus on. And so that's going to be left to the licensee. And so in their application, these are the things that they're going to be reviewed for by the Gaming Commission. The first is history and experience. We want to know that they have a history of, or they have a bona fide plan for community involvement or investments in Hawaii. We want somebody who is committed to this place. They will need to demonstrate that they have verified sources of capital for development, construction, and maintenance. We want to make sure they have an unblemished history of criminal activity, tax issues, or bankruptcy, because you do not want to jeopardize the integrity of the process. And they need to provide a development plan that provides maximum revenue to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. We also want to make sure that there are community benefits. Native Hawaiians need to benefit from this bill, and the way we've designed it, they will benefit from this bill. The successful applicant needs to demonstrate that there is a training plan in place for Native Hawaiians under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act to qualify for jobs at the integrated resort. They need to demonstrate an economic benefit to the community and demonstrate a plan for community involvement or investment. Indian tribes have been very successful with this. Their casinos have made significant endowments and investments in the educational and university systems, their infrastructural systems, their police departments. There is a lot possible here to make sure that not only does the department see its revenue, but the community grows and thrives. As a part of the community benefits, the applicant will be prohibited from allowing wagering on Hawaii College athletics in any other jurisdictions. And that's because we don't want to jeopardize the integrity of Hawaii athletics. And lastly, they need to have a plan for creating partnerships with UH and existing educational institutions for training and career pathways so that Native Hawaiians under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act have career pathways to jobs at the integrated resort from the educational level. Now, that all sort of talks about the high-level administrative responsibilities left to the commission. This is the portion where DHHL is involved. This is the development agreement. This is our opportunity to leverage the commercial land for maximum benefit. So we're looking to see a minimum $50 million investment for design and construction. DHHL will contribute $5 million to fund initial operations of the Gaming Commission. And before you wonder about that money, Commissioner Tsuruya, the third requirement is that the licensee will be required to refund DHHL in full by the first day of operations. DHHL will not be put out by that $5 million investment. It will come back to the department. Now, the next question is, how do we make money off of this? All bets that are lost to the house are considered gross gaming revenue. The industry standard for taxes range from 25% to 50%. We're proposing a 45% wagering tax. And this is the breakdown of how that money will be distributed. 75% of the wagering tax will be deposited into the Hawaiian Home Operating Fund for home development and land acquisition. That is the primary purpose of this bill, and the majority of the revenue is dedicated to that purpose. 5% of the revenue will be dedicated to the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund. You just approved the pilot program for down payment assistance. This is additional funds into that fund in order to make initiatives like that possible. 15% will go to the state general fund, and 5% will go to the state gaming fund, which we're creating. And the purpose of the state gaming fund is fourfold. One, we are encouraging the state to create a compulsive gamblers program. Currently, there is none in the state, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But we're also asking the state use it for investment in public safety. Next is for Native Hawaiian job training at the integrated resort. Third, we want to see it used for roads and infrastructure to address traffic problems that could be caused by the integrated resort. And lastly, for future operations and administrative costs for the Hawaii Gaming Commission. Now, we've heard a number of concerns. We had over 160 pieces of testimony on this. And I'll be honest, 90% of them were in opposition. And many of them are based on harms that are based on outdated data. And I'm happy to share that with you now. We had the very fortunate opportunity to work and talk with Dr. Catherine Spildy, who is one of the leading experts in the country on the impacts of gaming on communities. And with her assistance, we were able to get data that I think will surprise you and has surprised others. One of the first concerns is that introducing an integrated resort will increase crime in the surrounding neighborhood. The data shows that that's not true. In fact, the introduction of an integrated resort can lead to only a statistically insignificant increase in violent street felonies, which evens out over time. Statistically insignificant increase meaning it's almost immeasurable. Vehicular crime decreased in studied casino areas in some studies, and residential burglary and drug crime demonstrated a statistically insignificant decrease as well. Studies show that there is no direct link between gaming and crime. And in fact, in some cases, the number of crimes and crime rates decreased in communities with casinos. That's not to say that crime isn't a risk, but due to corporate social responsibility, the investment and the importance of making sure that these operations are profitable can mitigate the potential for crime. The data shows that. When the number of visitors of gaming cities is taken into account, the risk and incidence of victimization decreases for residents. And lastly, the data shows that the threat of illegal and unregulated gambling is greater than the introduction of a single integrated resort on Oahu. As you folks are aware, gambling already exists in Hawaii, and we offer no programming to support those who are compulsive gamblers as it stands. That said, allowing it to go unregulated is a greater risk than a single integrated resort. The second bucket of concerns relate to problem gambling, which we also refer to as compulsive gambling or gambling addiction. One of the first concerns is that an integrated resort will introduce problem gambling to Hawaii. And the data shows that's also not true. Problem gambling, state to state across the country right now, is between 1% to 2%, including in Hawaii right now. Our rate as of 2016 was 2.2%, and we do nothing for those individuals. Second, the concern is that Hawaii residents and Native Hawaiians will develop gambling problems at alarming rates. The data shows that there may be a momentary rise in problem gambling in the initial rollout, but once the novelty wears off, the rate restabilizes back at 1% to 2% of the population, and this is seen across the country as well. A concern is that integrated resorts and casinos cause problem gambling, and third-party academic research fails to link disordered gambling rates or problem gambling rates to gambling expansion. And lastly, there's a concern that our youth will be at risk, but the data actually shows the opposite, that over the long term, starting in 1992 in Minnesota, for example, they saw a decrease in gambling amongst public school students. The idea that gambling creates these problems, the potential is there for risk, but I think what the nearly 500 operations across this country have shown is that the appropriate investment can mitigate all of these risks. The final concern that we've heard is that this bill and gaming is inconsistent with who we are as Hawaiians and is inconsistent with the brand of Hawaii or the Aloha spirit or our culture. And to that, I say it's not true. You need only look to Dr. Kenneth Emery from the Bishop Museum, who documented that in their sports and games, the Hawaiians differed from all other branches of the Polynesians in their passion for betting. Our famed historian David Malo extensively documented the amount of betting and how adept Native Hawaiians were at it in their games of skill and chance. Our Prince Kuhio Kalanianaole himself was fond of betting, and our Queen Liliuokalani in the final years of her cabinet proposed a national lottery. The narrative that gaming is not Hawaiian, that we should not be gambling on Aloha, is not our narrative. That narrative comes from individuals from other states who want to make sure that we are not cutting into their profits. The entire industry of Aloha was built on the backs of Native Hawaiians, on our values, on our goodwill, and on our culture. And for that entire history of 100 years, we have been the product in that industry. We have never been at the table. We have never had an opportunity to be in the driver's seat of our economic future. You will see this session, if we can get this through commission, and I hope it does. If this goes to the legislature, you will see millions of dollars spent by lobbying from out of state to keep gambling out of Hawaii. Not because gambling is inconsistent with Aloha. It is because they are dependent on shipping Aloha to other states in order to make money for themselves. The conservative low estimate, and I'm sure that's what many people are wondering, for revenue is $30 million a year at the low end. But I would remind you that there are billion-dollar operations for some tribal governments. This bill is the single greatest opportunity we have to put ourselves in the dominion of exercising economic self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency is self-determination. Self-reliance is an act of sovereignty. This is a very real chance for Hawaiians to be in the driver's seat on the economic engine for our own futures, and to make sure that it directly benefits and fulfills beneficiaries and helps us solve the problem of putting Hawaiians on lands. And so with that, I thank you for your patience, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you folks may have.
Okay, commissioners, because I anticipate that there will be many questions, we will go down the alphabetical list. If you can take one question, we'll just keep going down and come back to the top of the list again. So Randy, you're up first.
Wow, I'm not sure if this is the best position to be in. So, you know, I want to say that when I first heard this proposal, I was an absolute no way. But in the days that followed, I began thinking about our current reality, our history of being inextricably linked to a political institution that continues to fail us, even pre-COVID. And the evidence is all around us that the cavalry is not coming anytime soon. Part of the draw, I believe, for more and more people wanting to get on Hawaiian Home's list is because of the failed policies by our political leaders that have continued to grow a housing crisis for all residents, not just Native Hawaiians. And so, you know, they have clearly demonstrated that while they are adamantly opposed to gaming, they offer no substitution for revenues that would help to alleviate what was a problem for me as a young adult trying to get a home. The wages do not equate to the cost of a home. It wasn't that way then, and it's not that way now. So, and I just want to say, Tyler, your presentation was far better than I thought it would be. It was very compelling.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
I say that because it has nothing to do with your preparation or your skill sets. It has everything to do with not knowing what you were bringing to the table.
Of course.
And so when I look at our beneficiaries in strong opposition to this proposal, I get it. Their concerns are legitimate, it's real, but part of the problem that we are looking at today is a lack of information. And today was the first opportunity for all of us to look and consider the information. And so I do think this proposal has merit if we are to do it wisely and carefully and take into consideration where our beneficiaries are coming from. And hence the need and the reason that, you know, part of me continues to feel we should continue to educate ourselves. I realize the timing that for the department is important to get it before the legislature now rather than later. But I think there's some tremendous drawbacks to not spending a year doing presentations such as what you have done today to consult and engage our beneficiaries to help them understand what's at stake, what are the benefits to them as a lahui. And in so doing, if they support the proposal based on what you're bringing before us today, they will become the voices at the legislature saying, this is what we believe is necessary to take care of the housing crisis that will plague us for the next 100 years. So for me, that's part of what I think is important, is we take the time to educate, we take the time to consult with beneficiaries before we make this decision. And that's not to say it doesn't have value, because I will say, Tyler, that you got me thinking. And but there's more consultation and education, I believe, that is necessary to bring along our beneficiaries before we make this kind of decision. So that's just where I'm at.
Thanks, Commissioner. I did want to add that I didn't acknowledge the staff, but I do want to thank Lehua Kinilaukano, who worked weekends and nights on giving this bill wings and working with the experts in making sure that it's fleshed out. So I do want to acknowledge and thank her for that. As far as getting it out to the beneficiaries, out of deference to you folks, we didn't want to go around campaigning on a bill that we didn't know had your support, which is often the case with our legislative proposals. We often bring them to you first. That said, we are committed to doing beneficiary consultation on the development agreement side, because that would involve a land disposition. And Cedric and team are prepared to, we actually recorded that whole presentation, and we will be putting it on the website because it is important for people to understand the scope of the issues. And again, I appreciate your sentiment about needing time to think about it. However, one thing that I think you folks have to consider, and we've considered, is that now that this is now out in the ether, a certain state's gaming lobby will now spend extra time and money to kill this. And so one of the considerations is the longer we spend thinking about it, the greater opportunity there is for them to essentially buy its failure. And so a year from now, if we want to revisit this, the game plan is out there. They know what we have attempted to put together. They know that it's good now because you endorsed it yourself, but they will have a year to prepare. And that is my sincere concern, that a year from now, we will lose on this at the legislature. Guaranteed.
Thanks, Tyler.
Thank
Zachary?
you, Tyler.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Tyler, for your presentation. I have to say this kind of caught me off guard when I received this email early during the week. And for me, you know, it's all about consultation and education, just like Randy was saying, for our beneficiaries, because that's who I represent. That's the bottom line. You know, but if you do provide a presentation such as this, maybe they would understand your point of view as far as gaming is concerned. So with that said, you know, I think we're going to need some time to get feedback from our people who we represent, for at least for my island. And but if you provide such a presentation like this to educate them about the proposal, then you know, then they might have a different thought altogether. But also, you know, I was reading in Sunday's paper, it was the front page, and they were talking about not enough lands on Oahu, but we have 11,000 people on the waiting list for Oahu, and land is scarce on the island, and whatever lands that the department has is not suitable for homes. Even if the commercial land we're proposing to build a limited casino facility, it still, you know, belongs to our beneficiaries, whether it's for commercial, light industrial, etc. But back in 2012, there was a proposal, if I'm not mistaken, to do lottery in Hawaii, you know, lottery gaming. And what about, you know, something like that where we don't, you know, we're not taking the land away, but, and, you know, I'm just concerned. And, you know, another thing is that what bothers me is this is possibly a start of a conduit of criminal activity. If we, you know, if we look at it on that side, and you know, it might create, you know, that kind of negative impact. So that's all I got to say. But you know, like I say, you know, I represent our beneficiaries, and I'd like to hope that they can receive this presentation, Tyler, from you, because I think it was an excellent presentation, considering, you know, the pros and cons of the, you know, of this gaming.
Thank you, Commissioner Helm. I would just, to sort of respond to that point about the land, the land in question is not available for residential. It's a term of how we received it. So we couldn't use those lands for homes anyway. So it's a question of what commercial activity you want to put on it. As far as a conduit for criminal activity, I don't know how, I mean, I can give you the data, but the data shows that that is entirely, you can mitigate that, and that there's no link really between criminal activity and the introduction of a single casino. So that's just something to chew on, no matter, I mean, for however long you folks consider it. Please know that the data does support that that's not true.
And another thing, Tyler, also that you mentioned about the positive point of views that you made regarding the revenues, possibly revenues generating for the department, and that's impressive, you know. But how do you get there? You know, like it seems like, you know, it sounds like we're on the last leg of options. There's no, you know, we talked about renewable energy, we talked about building shopping centers to bring in revenues, but I'm not sure all of a sudden this proposal, like I said, kind of took me off guard, came now, and why wasn't it brought up again earlier back in the, so that's all I could say. But there is good possibilities of generating revenues, that I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. David?
Thank you, Tyler, for your impassioned plea. For me, the devil is always in the details. And so the problem that I have is with a 1-day notice, you're asking us to make a decision that has a very, very long impact on the department. And so, you know, had this come to a committee, if this had been a result of a committee that had been formed by the commission to study this, to take a look at different things, to talk to people, I think it may have been different. But basically what you're saying as far as the data is concerned is you're making a statement and asking us just to trust that your conclusion is correct. And I'm not in a position to say that you're not correct. All I'm saying is I'm not in a position to know anything other than what you've told us. And I think that the reaction that we've seen from the public and from our beneficiaries is a result of that this was not driven by this commission. This seems to have been something that just popped up overnight, and then we're being asked to vote positively on this. And so, you know, while there may be benefits in here, as Commissioner Awo mentioned, just from your presentation, you and this is just a comment on what you've said. So you said this is an effort for self-sufficiency, for self-determination. However, in your plan, what you do is you give the selection process to a political body, the governor, to make decisions for the Hawaiians. And you just finished telling us how poorly our political system has treated us. So I can't imagine why we would do that if our goal is self-determination and to move the Lahui forward. We're going to give it to 4 people, 5 people, one of which you would like to be a Hawaiian. So I really don't understand how the Gaming Commission would represent the interests of our beneficiaries if there's only one Hawaiian on there. So I have a lot of concerns, and I'm at this point I'm not convinced that I would support this effort. And I understand what you're saying, but as far as that, you know, the people that want to vote against it will mobilize and it'll get shot down next year. But I think our beneficiaries deserve the best look at this possible. And I think the only way to do that is to take our time and to understand what it is that we're getting into, consulting with them, especially on such an issue which is required, right? Since this is a disposition of land that is going to be for more than that's not going to be used for homes. So this commission has to make that determination that it's not suitable. So anyway, I don't know that I have any question. I just wanted to make sure that I made those comments. And I think we do have to look for alternatives, as Commissioner Helms said, but I just don't want to jump into something without understanding all of the ramifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think the commission already has made a determination that the land is not suitable for homesteading because it's designated so in I think the regional plan. That said, you know, one of the greatest incursions into the success of gaming has to do with the strength of the regulatory framework. And while I understand your concern about there being an appointed board, the commission really does need to have a very, very specific set of expertise in order to ensure its success. So that is why we went that route. I understand what you're saying, that that's not self-determinative in nature. But it was, from all other models, it was the safest in terms of ensuring the integrity of the entire operation. But I understand your concerns.
Thank you, David. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Tyler, for that presentation. Well put together. Yeah, I echo along the lines of all the commissioners that have spoken. Number one, I actually was reached out by a constituent asking me about the department considering gaming, and I wasn't aware until the media release came out. Absolutely, to me, the key elements here are the beneficiaries consultation, which I heard, Tyler, that's in the works. That's part of the plan. And the educational piece that has been mentioned before is absolutely critical. Whether we can get and drum up majority support from our beneficiaries, I believe is very critical. But just looking at it from an overview and the information that was shared, waiting 182 years is unacceptable to getting our beneficiaries off of the waiting list, the wait list. And so I see that this is an opportunity to address that. And, from my perspective, it appears like a viable opportunity, and that's where I lean towards. However, again, the beneficiary consultation and the educational piece, I believe, will be critical going forward. And of course, knowing the details of how this is going to all come out. And I can see, the commission is probably the first step. There's still steps to be taken at the ledge. And, I'm not sure if perhaps the department has already reached out to folks at the ledge, maybe some champions who are going to help us on the bill if it ever gets to that part. So I tend to favor this option. Again, there's details to come out, and my key concern is beneficiary consultation and the educational piece. Thank you.
Commissioner, we have reached out to members of the legislature. There are some that are interested in having the discussion. There are some others that are non-committal, so we have to take this step by step, and this is the process of taking it step by step. Thank you, Mike. Russell?
Thank you, Chair. Tyler, good job. Wanted to ask a couple questions. One was, you mentioned going the route of getting the state legislation in place as opposed to the American Indian gaming route. If we go the route that you've laid out, how does that affect the ability to, at some point, do something under the other option?
It does not, but what it does do is it does demonstrate a level of, essentially you're exercising sort of economic sovereignty, right? And so that might be in the future evidence that Native Hawaiians are capable of being self-sufficient in that way. But from a legal perspective, I don't believe it jeopardizes if someone else wanted to pursue any other options from them doing that.
So my next question and comments would echo what Commissioner Ka'apu mentioned. By going the legislative route, the political reality is we have to give a lot on the control piece, the sovereign decision-making piece. My real surface level question related to that is, how do we know going forward? You had the graphic about the allocation of gaming revenue that comes to the department and therefore to beneficiaries. Let's assume that this goes forward and this works with the current administration, what's to stop the next administration from just changing the numbers and saying, now you get 50%, and then we get 40%, and we're back in the same situation where we're kind of hat in hand to the ledge and to the governor to say, fund what we're trying to do. That's the reason we're doing it. How do we control that piece?
The reality is you can't, and you have to use a risk analysis sort of thought process on this. Is it worth it to accept that we are $200 million short every single year? Is it enough to accept that 2,000 people have died? Is it enough to accept that we'll never clear the wait list, not to make an attempt to take a stab at this? I mean, for me, the answer is no, but I'm not the decision maker here. But you're right. There's nothing stopping the ledge from saying, we're going to change the percentages. There's nothing stopping you folks from passing this bill, and before it even gets signed, the legislature not playing with it. That's a risk that we all have to accept. But as it stands, the money is not there. To quote Commissioner Wold, the cavalry is not coming. And I mean, we can either stand on the sideline and watch and hope something good happens, or we can try and take this into our own hands. That's what I hope I put before you folks. Yeah.
No, and I agree. I agree with that sentiment. I think we should give additional thought as to how we preserve the benefits of any program that we would put together or you would put together to present to the legislature, the current legislature.
Right.
Let me ask you just one last question, and again, a political reality question. The series of concessions to control, whether it's the makeup of the commission that doesn't answer to the Hawaiian Homes Commission, whether it's one location, whether it's the specific mention of Kapolei as the location. Are those strictly coming out of because that's what's going to sell when you take it to the ledge? Or is that, I mean, well, I guess the broader question is why would we lock into a number of those kind of restrictions now instead of developing that over time to address social ills, to address beneficiary concerns? But what the big one for me is why Kapolei and why, I mean, one of the sovereign-like rights we have is the ability to entitle lands. Why would we tie ourselves into the state being able to dictate that?
I think the way we understand it from the experts we spoke to, sort of limiting it geographically increases the opportunity for support. It gives answers to more questions, like where is this going, versus saying we're going to put a casino somewhere. I think people would be far less inclined to listen, as you folks all have today, without those sort of limitations. It also addresses a concern that's come up over the last decade because bills related to gambling have been introduced every year since like 2001. You know, the constant concern beyond like the social ills, which take the data for what it is, but the constant concern is we don't want a whole slew of casinos. We don't want a backdoor of the gaming industry sort of uncontrolled. And so this offers sort of an assurance that we're aiming for a much more limited scope. And I think Lehua can also add to that.
I just wanted to add one other thing. One of the big...
Your mic isn't on, Lehua.
If you look at the testimony, a lot of the issue is...
Still cannot hear, sorry. Sorry to interrupt.
Up above the... Yeah, there you go. Up towards you. Towards you.
Hello?
Yeah,
Is it on now?
good.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry
good.
about that.
No.
The issue when we looked at this bill for one of the issues that you see in the testimony is that you're using Hawaiian homelands, and if we kept the bill too broad, then I think we do give fuel to the fire that it's on lands that can be used for residential purposes. So the bill was drafted distinctly to talk about lands for commercial use. Why specifically Oahu? That was our last island plan. And that went through extensive beneficiary consultation where beneficiaries already know what areas in Kapolei are designated for commercial use. We're just talking about the type of commercial use now. So I think it was, again, drafted in that way to eliminate as much concerns that we're going to be using lands that can be used for residential when we cannot use it for that purpose, given on the limitations of the lands that are designated. So I just wanted to add that in. I know Tyler already touched on it, but just so you understand how critical that piece and how thoughtful it was in terms of why we were being very specific with that language. But to your point, whether we are or we not, what kind of political ramifications of that, I think if we leave it too broad, then we do open up the can of worms of can it be on any lands, and then what about lands for residential purposes?
Commissioner Ka'upu, one final response for you. In terms of the governor having the authority to appoint the commission, as you folks know, we often come to you folks with legislation, again, before a beneficiary consultation, because this is just about authority and not about issuing a disposition. But once it leaves your folks' hands, it has to go to the attorneys general for review, and they make changes before it even gets to the ledge. So the bill is not fixed. That said, if the commission felt more comfortable with 5 members appointed by the governor subject to the advice and consent of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, that's an amendment we could make here, now, or later. You know, there are still opportunities to work with the bill beyond the commission saying we're willing to let the discussion move on to the legislature.
Okay. Like everybody else, I have more questions, but I'm going to stop now so that others can ask.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Pauline?
Okay, I think the bill was very well done, and Tyler, your presentation was very well done. The concern I have is I'm not sure that there is any support for this bill, actually, to tell you the truth, in passing, but I think that this is the first step. I look at it as this being the first step, and I am also going to wait until we get more information until tomorrow. But I think the concerns that have been raised are the same concerns that I would have. But I think if we're going to go for it, we should go for it. Thank you.
Commissioner Namuo, would you, I mean, as far as tomorrow, we're not anticipating presenting anything else because we wanted to give you folks a night to think about it. However, and maybe this would go towards Commissioner Ka'apu, if you folks wanted to hear from Dr. Spindy, we could see if she's available. She's located in San Diego. If there was an interest in listening to someone whose entire PhD and doctoral experience is in the study of impacts to the communities, that's something that we could try to arrange for tomorrow.
To tell you the truth, I do not need to listen to anyone else.
Okay.
Even if he is a doctor, I'm sorry. I think that you have presented the information very well, and the newspapers have printed a lot, and I've heard a lot too. And the testimony, I actually went through all 100-something testimony, just to see the kinds of people that wrote and what they wrote. And I think that this is a bad time for us to even oppose, I mean, to support something like this, but I'm willing to keep my mind open and see what comes up tomorrow, because I do believe that nobody's going to give us money or plant a tree in the backyard for DHHL, and nobody has ever done that for Hawaiians. So I think for us as commissioners, we should just keep our minds open, but this is a biggie. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add to that, Commissioner Namuo, thank you so much for taking the time to review the testimony. I also did review the testimony as well, and I compared the names of those who testified against our Apex data system, which identifies our lessees and our applicants. And you're probably looking at about 10% of that testimony is from our beneficiaries. So I just want you folks to keep that in mind as well.
Thank you, Lehua. Dennis?
Thank you for that, Lehua. Thank you.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Well, Tyler, thank you for your presentation. It was excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can't wait another 100 years. Doesn't make any sense. This is a big deal. I don't think Hawaiians understand how much of a big deal this is. You know, the Native Americans started out gambling and they got into a lot of trouble because they tried to do it themselves. They finally learned after several years that I'm going to go out and get an organization, a professional organization that does gambling. They run the casinos. All they do is collect the checks. So we're not involved in it. And just for edification, the commission, the responsibility of the commission is to look at the gaming structure, types of machines, all the regulations. But the consultant that you need is going to provide all that information, provide the proper structure. And when they go to look for a company to run this, they're not looking for Joe Blow. They know exactly what they're getting into. One of the things looking through the bill, I was sort of concerned about is that we limited the facility to $50 million. I think we need to take that cap off. I think if we do this right, we could take care of our problems in a very short period of time. There are Indian tribes, 2 tribes in Connecticut, that contribute about $5 billion to the state. Now that's just the state's cut. They get 53% of the gross revenue. Their attitude in some of the areas they're at right now is, we need more land. And the feds say, well, you can't have that land. Good, we'll buy it. That's the financial situation they're in. That's self-sufficiency as far as I'm concerned. And I tell you, we really need to look at this. The problem is the cat's out of the bag, and you got all the negative stuff coming out. And I'm a little surprised, well, maybe I'm not surprised, by some of the comments by some of our legislators that we don't need this. I disapprove this. Well, then give us the money to run the program. If you don't give us the money to run the program, where do you think we're getting it from? So I think we really need to look at this. It's got to be done by a professional organization. It's going to cost some money. It's going to provide a lot of jobs for our people, not low-range jobs, high-range jobs. I do have people Native Hawaiians, that actually work at casinos, in top-level casino. And one of my wife's cousin is a representative that visits Washington, D.C. all the time. You need lobbyists. You need people that are going to talk to these folks and say, okay, how are we going to fix this ledge? What are you guys going to do? It's a big deal. It's just a big deal. And I don't think people understand that. I think, Tyler, what you put on the table gives people a little more to chew on. I think they got a better idea where we're at. I'm passionate about this. I think it's something we need to do. And if we wait, like you said, the cat's out of the bag, the opposition, Vegas, everyone outside is going to say, we got to stop gambling in Hawaii. And if we keep it to one casino, I think it makes sense. So that's my 10 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner Nevis. We are happy to take the $50 million cap out. Actually, after we published the bill for sunshine purposes, we spoke to another expert in the field who recommended that. And so that would have been my next suggestion. We have no problem removing that. I mean, consider Aulani, for example. I think that cost upward of $800 million. That's really where you want the price tag at based on market research. But the reality is the consultant, for the commissioners who maybe are not quite as familiar with how this works. The consultant is going to be a consultant to the Gaming Commission, not to Department of Hawaiian Homelands, right? We will continue to focus on what we need to focus on. They will be responsible for those consultants. That said, we are in talks. If we are fortunate enough to let this conversation get to the next level, we are prepared to bring on consultants and lobbyists, at least to help us through the legislative session. That's not something that a detail that we've ignored.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Tyler. Patty?
Hi, aloha. Can you hear me?
Aloha.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. So thank you so much, Tyler. I know you mentioned my name a couple of times. I must be a favorite commissioner just for this statement. But, you know, I wanted to also clear, before you opened up this meeting, I kind of was on, and I overheard you, and I didn't really like that comment. What you mentioned to Chairman was that, well, you got 162 people that testified, and you got over 300,000. I'm not sure how we're going to open it up, but we're waiting for beneficiaries to testify. I kind of got hurt overhearing your statement before we opened up this meeting. I commend the beneficiaries, or which non-beneficiaries, that did take time to submit their testimony, whether it was supportive or opposition. I read through the whole thing, and I was trying to see if the department could either provide me paper or ink, because I printed every single testimony. And so being as a retired person, I had to use a lot of paper and ink to print this out. All my weekend was not Christmas shopping. It was reading all the documents and making sure I understand, and took time to read that. Secondly, you brought up my other name, and I wanted to make sure you understood that when I talked about deficit on one of the agenda items, I talked about the Kauai deficit. So if we don't collect market value rental from our commercial entities, we can't get funding into the department. And so I wanted you to correct that statement, because it made it sound like you know, I supported your deficit, and it wasn't because of the casino, it was because of the Kauai. And so that's why several times we are in deficit, because we don't charge the proper market value rental. One of them is concerned to me is a HEART project. HEART project in Kapolei, market value land. We're still waiting for the city and county to pay up to the department of their responsibility in Kuleana, that the market value property of putting the transit HEART goes into our department. And so when we look at commercial facilities that DHHL manage, we need to make sure that we charge them proper market value rents, and it comes back into our department. The other thing, and I commend graciously our Vice Chair, Mr. Ka'apu from the Big Island. After listening to you and your statement and your comment, not questions, but a comment, I really took that into consideration of what you shared as a senior commissioner, and passionately share that, was that this is such a rush. I mean, we have all of these things today, and then tomorrow we have to make it's on the agenda for action item. Beneficiary consultation, I heard many of the commissioners mention, that's another priority of making sure beneficiaries are engaged. So this whole COVID concept, COVID pandemic that we're going in, this agenda item gave me a COVID attack, actually. This was too much. I mean, I thought we were going to finish 2020 in a bang, and you guys sure did. And so through the COVID and having beneficiary consultation, I know I went to a beneficiary consultation. It's very difficult because you're in teleconference and not everybody can go on a beneficiary. Everybody is with masks, and you don't have the opportunity to have that one-on-one like we normally do in a beneficiary consultation. Beneficiary consultation at COVID time, it doesn't really work. It's very difficult. I've been through several, and it was just very limited for beneficiaries to express. I know the island of Hawaii, Commissioner, you love everything. You pass everything. Take the casino in Hawaii. You know, you love it so much. But I just wanted to make some comments. You know, I've been on the neighborhood board for 27 years. I chair the Waianae and Nanakuli board. And for months and months, I work with bringing up to our elected officials that represent our district, people like Miley Shimabukuro, people like Eli, how are we going to help and control the Waianae Coast with illegal gamblings in our community? It has increased so much to the COVID. It took another level of increase. We have problems on the Department of Hawaiian Homelands that also have illegal gambling distribution all along in my West Oahu. For a casino to be proposed on West Oahu, I really feel like it's an insult to put more people in oppression. And this is what's going to happen. That's what you guys are looking at to do. I mean, I read papers, I read all of the information. Yesterday's paper, I commend Senate President Ron Kochi Monday that he would not be supportive of allowing any gambling in any form. Met with Mike Gabber this past weekend, said the same thing. Went to church this weekend. A lot of HPD District 8 officers, they were appalled. They were concerned. So I think we need to talk to these people, HPD, enforcement. How is this going to be enforced? There's a lot of T's and I's that got to be, it has to be crossed. I'm surprised it came to this agenda. At first I was like, what is Isla doing? Is this an Isla thing? Where did it come from? Did it come from the governor? What's going on? It just, all these things just unbalance my whole COVID life here. But the other thing about the bill, having the governor appoint is totally wrong. It'll be too political. And to have just mention one beneficiary to be on that, that's another insult to Native Hawaiians and beneficiaries. So, we can dialogue, and this is my mana'o in West Oahu. This has been going on all weekend. A lot of people shared emails, calls, things like that. And I took it in consideration. I did take all the time to read everything. It may not be 3,000 beneficiaries sending in testimonies, but people did take time. Live stream, aloha to everyone who did take the time to send in testimonies. They did take your time to reach out to the commission. I think we're rushing into this in this ledge 2021. That is my mana'o that I share. And in closing, thank you, Tyler, Deputy, for bringing this to the commission and your presentation. Chairman Isla, thank you very much for this time. Aloha.
No. Thank you, Commissioner Teruya.
I think the only thing I did want to, because we did have discussions about the makeup of the commission. The way the language reads is it says at least one member. It doesn't say that it's only one member, but there are these other areas of expertise. And so if we have our people that have that area of expertise, some of the issue is going to be, if we have Native Hawaiians who have this expertise, are they willing to come home and be a resident of the state of Hawaii? Or do they want to stay where they are with that level of expertise? And so in order to serve on a board or a commission, you have to be a resident of the state of Hawaii. So I just wanted to put that out, that it doesn't say it's only one member. It says at least one member of them shall be Native Hawaiian.
Okay, thank you, Lehua. Okay, so I would, hold on one second, Randy. Yeah, I do want to address is this an Isla thing? I guess because I'm currently the chair of the department and I put it on the agenda, it could be considered an Isla thing. I also, with staff, we seriously looked at what options we have. As Tyler described, the sort of decision making that we went through, and the timing issues and the sort of frustration that we feel, because there are beneficiaries that are coming to us. There are folks that are saying, don't let us die on the wait list. We were looking at what is possible in terms of providing the amount of revenue necessary to actually not have to wait 182 years. And then I'll just use my time to say, just to remind all of you, when you were prepped on what it is to be a trustee to the Hawaiian Homes Trust, and your responsibilities by the AGs when you first came aboard, yes, you are supposed to represent beneficiaries that are talking to you in your ear. However, there are 28,000 voiceless beneficiaries who we only hear about in terms of my dad, my grandma. I don't want to die on the wait list. And you represent them too. You also represent what a trustee is supposed to do in their duty to the perpetuation of the trust in perpetuity. So that's the measuring stick that I sort of use. Yes, I hear a lot of beneficiaries that say no. I do hear beneficiaries that say yes. I do hear a few waitlisters that say, hell yes, we're tired of waiting. And so that's the spirit in which this agenda item is brought forward. And I will just add that that's my manao as a commission member, because I'm sitting at the table as a commission member now and not the department head. And so we'll go back up to the list and start with Randy. Hello, Randy.
Aloha. You know, the magnitude of this proposal, I don't think it's lost on any one of us. It's certainly not lost on our beneficiary community. This has awakened them. Many have submitted mana'o in opposition primarily. So at the forefront for me is there's two things. I understand what Tyler is saying about if we wait another year, other voices will come in and try to, very powerful lobbying groups may come in and try to change the narrative, kill the bill, or any effort at gaming. So there are those voices, but front and center for me are the current voices of the beneficiary community that opposed it. And a very short turnaround time in which we are being given this opportunity to decide this matter. So, you know, the other thing that I've been running through my head in the hours leading up to this, Native Hawaiians that oppose this for very legitimate reasons about what gambling does, the addiction that comes with that. But, you know, it affects all demographics, not just Native Hawaiians. But the concern is by creating this venue, we contribute and open the door to more problems. But at the same time, statistically, I don't know what the answers are to this, but I do wonder what kinds of problems are created for Native Hawaiians that don't have a roof over their head, that don't have aina under their feet. What are the social ills that come with that? And, you know, and I am interested in learning the answers to those questions as part of my deliberation. I just don't feel I have enough time to educate myself in order to cast a vote by tomorrow, but that's where I'm at today. So that's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Mahalo, Randy. Zach?
Yeah, I send my support to those that submitted the testimony, whether they were for or against the proposed bill. But personally, I believe that there are other options out there to generate revenue. And I'm just going to throw this out as one of my ideas. Recently, the Aloha Stadium was going to stop, and they might condemn that stadium. Okay. Now, have you ever thought about gaming regarding sports? So if you look at the stadium, that would be an awesome opportunity for the governor to turn that particular venue over to Hawaiian Homelands, where they could generate, get a cut in the ticket sales, you know. But at the same time, you know, you're looking at the possibility of, you know, bringing in revenues on a consistent basis. But I'm not sure what they're going to do with the stadium. But you know, that is something, that's an alternative. Okay, but for me right now, you know, we have to continue to reach out to our beneficiaries for their response on this bill. And you know, I'm still not sure where I'm going to go on this matter right now, because there were a lot of oppositions considering, you know, being presented as the those that I've testified. So that's where I'm at, you know. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Zach. If you look at the master plan for that stadium area, it is right at a stop for the rail. So there's quite a bit of development of housing and rental units in that area, as well as building a smaller stadium towards, I believe it's the Mauka portion of that property. So I do agree with you that that would be worth a look, but I think other folks, the Stadium Authority and those folks already have plans for that property. David?
Thank you, Chair. I guess just another comment. I appreciate, Chair, you sharing with us our fiduciary duties as trustees. But one of the most important fiduciary duties that we have as commissioners is to make informed decisions. So an informed decision means that we understand all of the aspects of what we're being asked. So, you know, the problem in fulfilling my fiduciary duty is I don't have all of the information. It wasn't provided to me. I got the C1, which was basically the bill, which doesn't tell me anything about other than, you know, what the proposal is to bring gaming in. But it doesn't tell me anything about the impact on the department, the impact on the commission, the impact on our beneficiaries, other than what Deputy told us were the positives. And again, I don't think that I can take that at face value and just say, since it came from Deputy, it must be true. And so I can rely on that. That's not my job as a fiduciary. My job is to examine it, run it through, vet it, and I mean, you can ask Joby, but I always, even if it's a small thing, I hate when somebody gives me something on Monday and tells me they want to vote on it on Tuesday, when this is the first time I've ever heard of it. I will tell you that I have received numerous calls from beneficiaries on the Big Island about this, and I haven't gotten one positive response or somebody saying that they support this. They actually were calling me and telling me, what are you guys doing? You know what I mean? As if we're trying to do an end run around them. And I said, I don't know. This is the first I'm hearing of it as well. And so, I mean, it was fairly clear to me that more information was needed. And I'm not saying that I am against any method of raising money for our beneficiaries. I think all of that should be on the table. But I think from a policy standpoint, you know, it should be a collective effort of the commission to look at the different alternatives so that we can make we can make a reasoned decision that benefits all of the beneficiaries. So again, it's a concern. Another concern raised by Commissioner Kaupu is, really once this gets into the political realm, there's very little that can be done by us to stop it. And there's very little even if they were to say, yes, we give it to you, we have no control over them saying, well, now that we have it, we can give it to a whole bunch of other people. And then what? Then you're competing with a whole bunch of others. There's no way that we can have that we can lock it in, that we have the only casino in the state of Hawaii. If we could, that would be very nice. But I don't think anybody can sit here and tell me that that's a lock and that we have nothing else to worry about, because we will guarantee have the only casino here. Just my concerns. You guys know how I feel, and I can stop now. Thanks.
David, I expect nothing less from you and nothing less from any of the other commission members. This is what I like about a commission that has integrity and has the ability to speak its mind and the ability to make informed decisions and to point out when, that we haven't presented everything in the way that perhaps everybody can be happy. Having said that, I'll go to the next commissioner, and that is Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Yep. I guess, I'll be clear. I support this initiative from my perspective. I understand we got this on short notice. But with the information we've got, the wait list being so long, the history of not being funded enough to do a lot by the ledge, and then you top that off with this budget shortfall that's going to last for some years. And I hear what other commissioners are saying about illegal activities that may arise because of this. But we have those illegal activities as we speak. And I understand there's lots of opposition. I'm familiar with opposition. And, if it was easy, we wouldn't be doing this, right? So, it would be a slam dunk. It's not. It's tough. And like I said before, I truly believe beneficiary consultation and the educational piece is key. And having said that, and going on record that I support this initiative, if in the event that through beneficiary consultation, that the results are that the majority are against this, and if it ever does get to the ledge, I will commit to going to the ledge in opposition at that time, based on beneficiary consultation.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Russell?
I don't have any further questions or comments, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Pauline?
I'm done.
Thank you. Dennis? You're muted.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody's comments and concerns. My position is I'm leaning towards approving this process. I think that there still has to be a lot of things that have to be ironed out, and normally they will be ironed out. I think it does give us the opportunity to do our fiduciary duty to our beneficiaries and get them on a piece of land and stop this ridiculousness we have with people dying on the list. So that's my position. I'm willing to go to the ledge if we have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Patty?
Okay. First and most, thank you, Chairman Ayla and our deputy for this bold agenda item. I will still stand strong on my vice chair, Commissioner Ka'apu's statements on informed decisions. I think that's very important in our fiduciary duty. I will strongly be opposing this venue. And I too will be also lobbying in legislation of opposition to any gambling establishments, casinos in Kapolei, West Oahu on DHHL land. But thank you for this opportunity. Like Chairman said, that we could share a mana'o. We have the opportunity of due process for allowing us to speak and sharing, and thank you for the information. Aloha.
Hey, Patty, thank you. Instead of going down the list one more time, I'll just ask if there are any other commissioners that want to make another statement or ask a question, and then we'll take a short break and move on to the agenda. Okay, seeing none, thank you very, very much, Tyler, Lehua, all the staff that worked on it. We'll take a 10-minute break and come back and finish up the agenda. Thank you. Okay, and I can tell you that Stuart's going to endeavor to make it as exciting as our last conversation.
Hello?
Commissioners.
Yeah.
acting
Yeah, who's this?
Can I hear you, Stuart?
Can I hear you, Stuart?
Okay.
All right.
There you
Aloha,
go.
Commissioners. Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Land Development Division Administrator. I was trying to think of an opening line to follow the earlier submittal. I really have not too much other than I wanted to mahalo the LDD staff and other staff in the department, on these projects and the procurements. It takes about 15 staff to process a contract and to go through the procurement and all of the bill payment processes. Our cavalry is dwindling. We lost Jeff Fujimoto to retirement. He was the land development design and construction branch chief. So all of the projects that he was working on are being we piling on to the other staff, and so but they're very dedicated. So I really thank them for pushing our projects ahead. Just kind of an overall, 6 months into the fiscal year, we have about $40 million of contracts in process, and the next 6 months we have about $50 million planned. We sure could use a lot more money, though. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, gosh, there we go.
Okay, so I'll take you through the PowerPoint for Molokai projects. The first project up is the Ho'olehua water system improvements. There's 7 different sites involved in this project, and we're happy to share that come the beginning of January that Goodfellow Brothers will be starting the work at Site 2. Currently, they are in the process of protecting the archaeological sites prior to construction. So next slide, please. There was a question regarding what does this water system do for beneficiaries? And thank you, Commissioner Helm, for that question. So these are the objectives: improves reliability and functionality of the water delivery. This system is not only decades, but generations old. And so these improvements are severely needed to address water pressure, fire protection, water safety, security, and also to consider reducing the energy costs for the pumping. As you know, this is a public water system, and we fall under Safe Drinking Water Act, the rules, and so compliance is very, very important. And of course, our DHHL staff needs to be commended on Molokai for doing a great job with the very limited staff that they have there. This project started out as a DHHL and USDA grant project for $21 million. After we went out to bid and looking at all of the costs necessary, it's grown to $31 million. Last October, Commission approved accepting the latest loan and grant requirements, and so the $31 million was approved. I do have to say that we'll be coming back to the Commission for additional authorization for archaeological requirements as well as construction management. And there was also a delay in
executing the contract and getting it to construction. And so there'll be some delay costs that DHHL is negotiating with the contractor right now. So that's just a heads up. Okay. So the project is broken into what's called packages. So the first package is the Holehua water system. The second package is Kalamaula, which will be starting next month. Package 3 is the photovoltaic system. So we're in discussions right now with Hawaiian Electric Company. It really has to do with the stability of the island-wide grid, and our well pumping plays a big role in that. So we're evaluating the current consumption and the usage and rates. Package 4 is equipment for operations and maintenance. This is about a $1 million bid item. So we are planning to put out for bid in January, this package 4. Okay, next steps would be again, notice to proceed on the Kalamaula improvements, start work in January. State Historic Preservation Division has been notified of the construction, and archaeologists are protecting the various sites prior to construction work. Right now, as far as monitoring requirements, we are required to monitor any excavation that exceeds 12 inches. So the cost proposal is very high, and we're looking at ways to reducing that, at the same time making sure that we comply with all of the monitoring requirements. Package 1 is located in Holehua. The contractor has notice to proceed. We recently executed a contract for emergency repair work in the event that the booster pumps go down. So that work in Holehua is expected to begin around March or April of next year. So like I mentioned before, budget amendment is forthcoming for additional construction management fees, archaeological monitoring, plan changes, and escalation fees. The Molokai Veterans and Homestead Residence Center is currently in the design phase, is about 60%. And we are fortunate to have a legislative appropriation of $4 million. So we're hoping for construction to start in the summer of next year, 2021. Everybody waiting up for 2021, yeah?
Yeah. Cannot wait.
Okay, cannot come sooner. Okay. Lanikeha Center, last year we were able to fortunately bring the individual wastewater system, the septic system, into compliance with Department of Health, and the center was then granted approval to use the commercial kitchen. There are continuing underground plumbing issues that we're taking a look at, and so we hope to bring some good news shortly regarding the repairs and maintenance. A long-term maintenance program is going to be needed, and we're working with the Land Management Division in that regard. Okay, and then back to Holehua, we have a couple of lot development projects that we're working on right now. Some of you know that we had some CIP legislative funding that lapsed, but we happy to report that those funds were reauthorized, so they're back in our budget, and staff is going through the process of encumbering those funds with consultant contracts. Both the Holehua Scattered and the Naiva subdivision that's on the slide after this require environmental documentation and compliance, so environmental assessment. We're looking at some alternatives, but basically we do need to conduct the necessary studies to make this project go. So we're kind of behind on this. We're looking at in the spring of, actually I think that schedule is not correct. It's supposed to read spring 2022 to complete the environmental documentation and then bidding later in 2022. Okay, thank you. And Naiva Agriculture Subdivision, I'm not sure if Lico Wallace is listening in on this, but we did speak and we're progressing on this project. The funding, 950,000 in from the legislature was also reauthorized, so we have that back in our budget. We're working with RM Towel to initiate the environmental assessment, and there should be in the spring the start of beneficiary information, and also our consultants getting out into the field to conduct the archaeological and flora fauna studies. Right now they're doing a lot of the pala on the preliminary engineering report, the topography and drainage studies for this area. So also wanted to let you know that our planning office had submitted a water use permit application to Commission on Water Resources to be able to increase our pumping so that we can be able to service our new homesteads on Molokai. So with that, okay, thank you, Chair Ayla. So just clarification. So on the design side, the 950,000 was reauthorized, but we do need 9.5 million for construction for this project. That amount was included in our sufficient sums budget requests to the legislature, and we're awaiting word from that on that matter. And with that, I want to thank you all for your support through the year. There's a lot of things that have been happening, and hopefully you'll see more construction activity in the next 6 months statewide too. And mahalo, happy holidays.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, Stuart, I just wanted to point out, thank you so much for all of your dedication and your hard work, but also wishing Fujimoto the best on his retirement. I have a question. Are we going? I know there's a freeze on positions. Any possibility of filling that position, Chair and Stewart?
There's always a possibility. We have had several positions in the governor's office for 3 months now and have not received any positive. We have a list of other positions, including this one, which will go to the governor once we receive an indication that there's a good chance that they could be approved. With the changes that are coming in 2021, if the states get any type of relief then there might be an opportunity, I think, for more positions to be freed up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, but I really think it's so important that we fill some of these positions because it has a huge impact as far as trying to expedite some of this projects. So, I'm sure, you got people doing double duty right now, Stuart, but you only can do so much. So I think just wanted to, make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioners, questions? Patty?
Hi. Stuart, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
can.
thank you for
Aloha.
the presentation. Aloha and Merry Christmas. I had a question. Your CIP funding that you talked about that was lapsed. What year was that budget lapse for contract and consultants?
It was, thank you for that question. So there were funds appropriated in between session laws 17 to 19, which would lapse in June 30th, 2020, yeah. And so what happened was we had the opportunity to kind of like carry those funds over. So these are, in fact, besides the Ho'olehua and Naiva projects, we had a couple other CIP projects like Ka'u Water System, Kaumana Scattered Lots, Kula Archaeology, and some repair maintenance funds that were reauthorized, and some of which we had actually already encumbered. So this was kind of a fail-safe mechanism for us. So we're happy for that opportunity to get the money back into circulation.
Can I add, because Stuart makes it sound really simple.
It's not.
And it was not really simple.
Yeah.
Stuart and other employees had to undergo rigorous questioning by the CIP chairs as to what prevented us from getting this money out the door and how important the projects were. And so I just want to acknowledge that Stuart and some of the folks on his staff did an amazing job of convincing the powers to be not to take that money and to reappropriate it. So it wasn't,
And so
it's about 5 million. It wasn't that simple as how he over.
That question wasn't to criticize you, because I know how hard when 1.5 million lapse in your fiscal year and try to get that back is very, very difficult. So my question was to commend you for getting that back from a lapse to back into the budget, because it's very hard actually. So really a great job on that. I just wanted to comment on that. That's not easy to get that money back, but thank you very much. And
Thank you, Patty. And that was
Thank you for the comment.
Thank you.
That was my attempt at also.
Yeah.
Stuart sometimes is so humble. He doesn't put out the extra work that went into that. So I just wanted to acknowledge him and his staff too.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions?
Chair. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Zach.
Yes, Stuart, regarding the Naiva original budget, you got 1.5 million for design and 9.5 million for construction. And you need to go and appear in front of the ledge for that money?
That 9.5 million was part of our sufficient sums budget package that the commission approved back in, I think it was June of this year. So that sufficient sums budget, I believe, was in the order of, I think, close to 200 million, sorry.
So is there a good chance we're getting that money?
I think the answer to your question, Zachary, is what we've seen in the sufficient sums budget ask is we put it out there to get it before the legislature. Then the communities, if they're successful in raising the level of importance of that budget item, that more directly leads to whether or not we're successful.
Okay, so they have to lobby for that money.
Along with us, but
yeah, right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Other questions, commissioners? No. Patty, is your hand still up or do you have another question? And you might be on mute if you're trying to answer. I can't see you. The screen is dark.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Patty. All right, Stuart, thank you so much.
Merry Christmas. See you. Merry Christmas. See you next year.
Yeah, see you next year. A week from now.
I'll still be here.
All right.
You heard him that, right? Everybody
we
heard
got
him. He'll
that.
still be here, okay?
Sure,
He
that's
can't
on the
retire.
record.
Well, thank God for that.
Yeah.
Is that
Okay,
a
give us a second as we try to connect with the next agenda item presenters. Okay, so the next agenda item is F3. It's for information, an update on the Nanakuli Village project, and I believe Kali and Patty, not our Patty, but another Patty, is looking to start up a video. Yep. And then while they gear that up, Kahana?
Can't hear you.
I can't hear.
Can't hear you, Connor.
Hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, got you.
Okay. Hello again. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Item number F3 is for information only, and as Chair had mentioned, I did provide a short synopsis of real quick chronology of the lease and where we're at today as of today. I guess they're in a fifth amendment of the general lease. Unfortunately, I didn't provide any of the information that I had given you guys with regards to the amendments, but if you guys do want that, I can provide that to you for your reference. With that being said, we're going to turn the mic over to, or the show over to Kali and Patty Barbie, who will be presenting on behalf of Nanakuli Village, Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead Community Association. Kali.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Isla and Commissioners. My name is Kali Watson, and I'm President of the Hawaiian Homes, the Hawaiian Community Development Board. Kamaki Kanahele, the President of the Nanakuli Homestead Community Association, which was really the genesis of this Nanakuli Village Center, is also in the commission meeting. He's participating. So at the end of the video, he will, as well as myself, will be available for questions. So with that, we'd like to give you a video update of the Nanakuli Village Center. Keegan?
Thank you.
Everyone can see?
You can see your screen. You need to start.
Here we go.
I was founder of the Sovereign Councils of the Hawaiian Homelands Assembly, which today is the largest Native Hawaiian organization in the state. I was chairman for 30 years. And as I traveled to every single island, visiting every single homestead association, I realized that they weren't really accomplishing what their lands are supposed to be doing. So today, That center is the only center of its kind statewide on Hawaiian homestead lands. Now, this year, the act is 100 years old. And can you imagine, in 100 years, the only thing that was really accomplished that's economically sound and developed is the shopping center. I said, Kali, I don't ever recall any organization looking into economic development. They're looking at how many years waiting for your home to be called that you can get a lease. They weren't looking at the development of their community, only that they wanted a lease. And now the lease is 199 years for $1 a year.
Well, this Nanakuli Village Center was a vision of the Nanakuli Homestead Community Association that was based on surveys, charrettes, a ton of community meetings in which the beneficiaries articulated their concerns, their needs, and the desires to see what was being built or needed to be built in their communities to service these educational, cultural, social, economic needs that weren't being addressed. They came up with this vision that Hawaiian Community Development assisted with partnerships with various entities, different units was housing. So that's where urban housing community came into play. With the Cultural Learning Center, that's where Kamehameha Schools came into play, that they were able to step up and commit a permanent presence of having a facility like this, Alani Ho'okaha Cultural Center in Nanakuli. It was this $10 million commitment that the KS trustees authorized. With the help of staff, this has become a reality. Now, with respect to the commercial medical clinics portion, that became a reality partly because of the use of new market tax credits, as well as working with American Savings Bank, with Gabe Lee and some of the staff there that was willing to step up and make this a reality. Pono Shin is also very instrumental with Punavai, an entity that was created to access these new market tax credits. And when we use these various funding sources, as well as a commitment of two individuals, Chris Flaherty and Anthony Marquette, who not only personally stepped up, but financially stepped up to guarantee the funding and viability of this project. Without their personal guarantees, this project would not have become a reality.
And so in the creation of the center, I wanted to do two things. The shopping center to be built. By the way, quite a few have come to visit me, and when they cannot be Native Hawaiians, the center would have one strengthen it if it was not only built by Native Hawaiian community and the Native Hawaiians, but it was also used as a basis for which Hawaiians can come and get employment and learn economic development skills. Whether they're going to be a waitress at Wendy's or whatever, or work at Long's. I wanted them to know that the center was built for them, not only for them to come shop, but for them to find employment. I hope economically our people will grow with it and will be a little more proud of themselves. The center thoughts and everything could not have been built without the Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead Community Association, which I sit as its president. And so what we all agreed to was that the center will produce an economic development base, and that the center would take its profits and transfer it to the Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead Community Association so that they, who initiated it, would benefit, and its monies would be used for scholarships, would be used for our kids, would be used for further development in the community and make it work.
So Kali and I looked at a lot of different approaches for affordable housing, and we found that rental housing is the most effective approach. And we looked at self-help housing, Habitat for Humanity, low-income loans, but realistically, rental housing is effective because what it does is it allows families to pay an affordable monthly payment towards housing so that they have more money to spend for other things.
Well, Halimakana or Nanakuli was a project that generated affordable housing for the community, plagued by a lot of overcrowded housing conditions or households. And so we needed to build something which is affordable, and partnering with urban housing communities and Nanakuli Homestead Association, Hawaiian Community Development was able to access funding that about $14.5 million, which included low-income housing tax credits, both federal and state, along with bonds, as well as rental housing revolving fund. So this $14.5 million project generated 48 units, primarily 3-bedrooms, for large families, primarily, which is always a problem, especially on the Leeward Coast, in finding that kind of affordable housing. So on average, the units are about $350 a month.
As a native Hawaiian that was brought up on a homestead, and I'm also on the wait list, I understand what not only the people need, but what they want too. They want a quality product, something that they can be proud of. And the way Kali and I approach it, we try to bring them the best quality, the biggest homes that they can have inside. We think it's really important because when people come home and they have a sense of pride, it's good for their well-being.
Welcome to Halimakana. Welcome to our own affordable housing people here in Nanakuli. First of its kind on Homestead. What it brings to our families here, 48 families, is sustainability, family strengthening, helping to provide us tools to become homeowners in the future. We're 7 years old. I'm blessed to say that we are blessed as a community. We've partnered with many, many orgs that bring service into our resource center. Was a key bridge into building sustainability, strengthening our families with tools they need in financial literacy, how to purchase a home, healthy eating, daycare, early childhood, parent workshops. So all these things are key, and it's part of our larger community into helping strengthen our families.
I've been living in Nanakuli, Series 7. Me and Kyoki's neighbors for the past 2 decades. I've been here for 21 years, and Nanakuli has never seen anything like this, such as the Nanakuli Village Center. We're just proud to be from the community with this type of establishment for our community to enjoy. We want this to be a family-oriented environment. We just can't wait for the future holds in store.
So we're excited that this Nanakuli Village Center, in its different components, provide and addresses some of the needs that are required to be addressed in order to position our beneficiaries to succeed in society, whether it be job opportunities, whether it be cultural awareness so they can be proud to be Hawaiian, but also not only being educated, but having a safe place to live, and as well as addressing their health problems. So this Nanakuli Village collectively provides tremendous access to these various needs. And so we're excited about not only the success of this village center, but the opportunities to replicate this in other homestead communities.
Center is a very, very valuable model for the future of economic development for all of our people, statewide. It had to start somewhere. People like Kali and myself and Patty and everybody, unless we have the courage to go do it, it'll never happen.
Yeah, so that was a video presentation. I'd also like to give Kale Kailihiva of Kamehameha Schools the opportunity to give an update on the Learning Center and what's the status on that. So Kale, if you're hooked in, if you can unmute and give an update on the Learning Center. Can you folks hear me?
We're getting some feedback. Hang on. Can you try again, Khalid?
You have Cully on two screens, I think that's why.
How's that?
So, Clay, can you drop the volume on your speaker? Okay, Clay, try to unmute again and proceed.
Kalei, are you on? Bailey, you on? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if she's not on, let me just say that because of the COVID situation, they've delayed the opening of the Ho'okaha Learning Center till probably next year. We also, we're hoping to do a celebration, and so we're looking at, the last building being finished, which is the Waianae Comp Satellite Clinic, which should be starting up operations the beginning of next year. That will be the final building and they'll complete the entire Nanakuli Village Center. So we were really excited about that. So collectively, it's something that the Nanakuli Homestead could be very proud of. It's their facility. It was their idea. We came along, we helped them. Our particular nonprofit, we are looking at several other projects, working with Waianae Comp, the Waianae Kai, doing a kupuna housing project adjacent to the Waianae Comp, along with the kupuna housing project on the slope of Punch Bowl, working with the the Papakolea CDC. And then we also have an industrial park that is designed to generate money so that not only the department can receive funding, which is always a priority, but also our nonprofit, so we can do more of these types of projects. So we're excited. The Nanakuli Village Center was a challenge, but we got it done, and it's a real plus. And I think it's a reflection on how the community, partnering with the department and other private sector entities, can get a lot of things done. Just like how you guys are talking about the, that casino gambling with various other enterprises being involved. It's another. I'm excited about that one. I did submit some testimony in favor of that. Hopefully, you got to think outside the box sometimes, and there's different things that can be done. I think the Village Center is one example of what the communities are looking for. We're excited. If you have any questions, I believe Kamaki is also on, and Patty and other people. So we're open to questions. Otherwise, that's our presentation and update. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kali. Before I take any questions, did Kamaki want to say anything?
He told me he didn't really want to say anything, but I'll defer to him.
Okay. Commissioners, questions? Patty, and then Zach.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My first question is for Kahana. So I have received your information, recommendation, chronological dates.
Yep.
Why did we receive this dates? Was this date supposed to be revised or updated on, or just showing us what the pattern was from 2011?
Yeah, it's just a
all the way to
chronology of significant events for General Lease 281.
For the general lease of 81. Okay,
281.
so you have 2012 through 2018
Yes, correct.
of that general lease that the Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead Community Association held.
Yes.
My question is, during that time, was former Commissioner Kahikina on the commission during that time of your lease? During the time of 2012 to the 18?
I believe he was. Yes.
Okay.
And
so
I
this
believe,
is,
and
Go ahead.
just excuse me, sorry. And I believe for any of the votes that was taken, I believe Commissioner Kahikina had recused himself from any vote.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. The other thing I think I wanted to go back and ask Kali, and first of all, it's just comment. Thank you very much for the photo update of the village. I mean, I go there, I shop a lot, I eat there, and you know, it's well needed for the community. A vision of economic development. I know that you're working towards getting more Native Hawaiian beneficiaries into spaces, office space or clothing space or other businesses. I know we have one compared to everybody else's, all Longs, Wendy's, and other big storefronts. So we hope that we can see other beneficiaries be able to rent there and do business there in the village. I think it would be so nice to have more beneficiaries in there to do business. So your part of your presentation or someone's presentation was a community give back. So I heard you had mentioned under your community give back was scholarships and training. Can you share more of that give back to the community?
Yeah, the particular commercial as well as the medical clinics are generating revenues that there will be some net proceeds that will be distributed to the Nanakuli Homestead Community Association. It will be their determination as to what kind of and types of distributions will be made. There's been discussions about internships as well as scholarships, as well as assistance in house construction, various programs, especially when it comes to counseling. We've been fortunate in a sense that the Nanakuli, the Halimakana, we have a resource center there that we've been conducting quite a few, as Annie had mentioned, programs. We also are supposed to, the Nanakuli Homestead Association is supposed to have an office in the Kalani Ho'okaha Learning Center. So that also will be used to kind of coordinate some of the distribution of benefits. But it really is a decision up to the Homestead Association as to what types of benefits they want to give out. And I kind of step back and let them make their own decisions.
Yeah. So thank you for that. The other concern I wanted to bring out is a community level. If you can take a look at Kali, behind of Long's Drugs, there were incidents of car thefts, and that came out down to Pua Lane and went right into the neighbor's house, right in the back of Long's Drugs. Maybe you can take a look at that and be a little pono and look at your budget of either putting a fence or a wall for the community, dividing the shopping center with the home beneficiary. The yard is right there. And so, in fact, Representative Eli sent that on Facebook that the car theft went right through the homestead yard into the flowers that you folks put out and went right through the shopping center. And that's the way they're digging out. So please take a look at that public safety. It's a comment that I really want you guys to take a look at. I know the neighbors on Tua Lane has requested and pleaded if they could have at least some kind of security from the back of lawns, a fence or a wall that can separate them from the mall. And so that's one. The second one I wanted to bring up is under the Nanakuli Hawaiian Community Association, and you speak about that a lot. What is the usage for Butler Building in future use for the community? It's been sitting there for many years, and I know you hold a general lease, and I'd like to know so I can come back and tell our beneficiaries in Nanakuli what you folks, what the homestead plan to do with the Butler buildings there, and what kind of community use with beneficiaries can work together to use that facility instead of having that sit there for a storage entity. It's a very good building. And lastly, to Honorable Kamaki, I know that you're on there, that we hope as a beneficiary also that of Ahupua'a of Nanakuli, that one day the Nanakuli Community Association Homestead will be one, working together to meet, working together to elaborate, working together to have homestead meetings, so we and the community and beneficiaries in that area can be able to have a voice, be able to participate like other homesteads that I hear every time I go to commission meetings. And this is truly a prayer that I know myself and many are hoping to see soon, that we can stand up, rise up together as Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead Association and work together for our whole beneficiaries. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Regarding the Butler building, I recall, I think, letting you know that there is no disposition on it right now. As soon as we get through the pilot program on a disposition for the lands, then we will take a look at putting that back up for some sort of disposition. Okay? Okay, are there any other questions for Kali or Kamaki? Zachary.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Kali and Kamaki and Betty Barbie. Just wanted to commend you for that video. It was a nice presentation, and I noticed you do have a dialysis center. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then you mentioned something about completing a health center. Is that right?
Yeah, the Waianae Comp Medical Clinic.
Okay, what will be included in that health clinic? Will there be dentists or anything like that, or just health, or just?
They've been talking about a dentist, but I think that went by the wayside. They are primarily, they're going to have a bunch of doctors that will be coming in, providing counseling. There will be a medical clinic, a pharmacy for low-cost medications also available. I believe they're trying to look at the holistic approach in providing services, not just medical, but also getting into dietary types of counseling, as well as exercise and various other things. It's not targeting a specific, the youth or the elderly. It's just a kind of an open family type operation. And it'll be run 6 days a week, I believe.
Yeah, and you also mentioned, or Kamaki mentioned, that you have an opportunity for beneficiaries to apply for employment there. So what is the amount of Native Hawaiians working at these community, the shopping center? Is it a high percentage, or?
I think personally there is a high percentage of, when I went to Taco Bell as well as Long's, people we hire are also Hawaiians. A lot of them are from the homesteading community. The whole idea is to try and provide job opportunities. I think, with respect to Waianae Comp, it's a Native Hawaiian nonprofit organization. So they really emphasize and target Native Hawaiians. So we're very excited to have them there. And, they're not just doing x-ray technicians and nurses, they're actually pumping out doctors. So we're excited in partnering with the Waianae Comp with respect to, there's a kiosk area for the small Native Hawaiian businessmen that is also available. There's 6 different sites where they can set up their wares and stuff for sale. That's has been finished. We're looking to solicit participants in that. Then we also have 3 additional bays. We've been talking to some different Native Hawaiian organizations, CNHA. We asked them to help us recruit some of the suppliers along the leeward coast that are Native Hawaiians. So we're working with them. We were fortunate in the Kainalu Surf Shop is another group we're working at that hopefully can fill in one of the bays. So it's an ongoing process, but the main thing is there. I mean, it's a real facility that people can go to, whether it gets treated or service or an opportunity to try a business enterprise. It's there. It's right in the middle of the homestead community, and we're excited about it. We'd like to replicate that elsewhere.
Well, thank you, Kali. To me, it's so very important that we provide employment for our people, especially if it's surrounded by a Hawaiian homes community. So I just want to commend you guys for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Zach. Randy?
Kali Kamaki, mahalo for the presentation. Very informative, very inspirational. I'm not sure if you answered this question already, but my question is, on the anticipated net proceeds that are generated, what is the expected amount that would be poured back into the community?
Well, right now, unfortunately, the costs have exceeded the budget. Right now, there is, we're just starting to break even. With the Waianae Comp just opening, Fresenius just opened last month. Those bonds have been open for a while, but collectively, there's been a little bit of a shortage. So me and my partners have had to step up since we provided personal guarantees from a financial standpoint. We pump money into it. We have not taken any developer fee. And so the way we're approaching it is the first $250,000, whatever net proceeds, that goes to the Homestead Association. They can do their thing. Anything beyond that, we try to, kind of get our money back, at least some of it, and then hopefully we'll receive some kind of developer fee. For me personally, I'm not that interested in that, but I do have 2 partners that, they stuck their necks out, and I think it would be appropriate that they do get compensated appropriately. We hope there is a transition period once the new market tax credits are played out, and we don't have to, cover those that loan that was generated by it. There will be a huge step up in the revenue that will be generated that can go to the Homestead Association. That is going to require us to come back into the commission, ask for an extension on the lease so that we have a longer amortization period, which the banks are going to require in order to allow us to refinance and get a better deal, a better cash flow for the program. So it's an ongoing process, but we hope to, at a minimum, within the next month or so, start to have a positive cash flow that we can use for the homesteaders to do their programs. And then as it steps up, and we'd be glad to share a pro forma with you guys if you want that kind of details. But the idea is to generate more and more money for the program, or the Homestead Association, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. And how is the association currently set up to receive the monies and distribute that amongst their communities? What is the current setup for that?
Well, it's like any other association. It's a 501c3, so it has annual reporting requirements. It is, a board that's made up of Native Hawaiian homesteaders. They collectively make the decision. They're the ones that decide to proceed with this particular development. They're the ones that decided to get into debt, basically, to finance this project with myself and several other individuals' support. And you know, it's the actual overall run. And we will be coming back to the commission. We do have a Nanakuli Community Development Corporation that will take the lead in the management of the facility to ensure the sustainability and oversight, and kind of lessen the politics that typically comes with the community associations. But the main thing is, and those members, we'd be happy to disclose, they're very respected members across the board within the community that will kind of take the lead. They're from the educational community, the legal community, education, what do you call it? I think you know a bunch of these guys that are going to step up and kind of lead the CDC. The association, though, will have the final say on the distribution of the funds for the different programs.
Okay, thank you. Mahalo.
Okay, commissioners, I would add that the nonprofit is actually paying lease rent on this property, just over $9,000 a month. So the annual rent to be received is about $110,000 per year. So that will go towards hopefully put into the kitty where that will go for infrastructure collectively for additional action to get listers off. Commissioner Kapu.
Thank you, Chair. Kahana, I for whatever reason, I didn't get F3 unless it was sent out. It said it would be coming under separate cover. So I'm not sure that I understand what's going on. But Kali, thank you for your presentation. I was kind of curious about Halimakana, and you had indicated that you're doing there's programs for this is primarily lower income, but you're doing financial literacies to help people get out of there and actually get into another home. So is the idea there to get them into a Hawaiian homes, or is that into a market home?
Well, you know, it depends on what kind of products you guys put out. I mean, if it's a market unit with a $300,000 mortgage versus a rent to own, like we did in the whole Lima Lima project, there's a variety of approaches. But we are working with Hawaiian Community Assets for these individuals that are tenants. Most of them are from the homesteading community. We're also, as you know, are doing the Uluwei project where those guys will come off of the wait list. And that was a presentation we did last month.
Right.
Down again, working with Hawaiian Community Assets, CNHA, we got a job placement. And so the whole idea is to position them when that opportunity presents itself, they will be prepared and can get a homestead. Now, you know, I gotta give a plug here for the rent to own that was done in the whole Lima Lima project. That one, they don't need to qualify for a $300,000 mortgage. It just gotta be a maximum income level, and then they're in there as long as they don't exceed that level. Me personally, I think the department should be cranking out a lot of more of these projects, the low income housing tax credit approach with the whole Lima Lima. I mean, that is a wonderful project. To me, it really is focused on the beneficiaries in the sense that most of the guys on the waiting list, you know, they can't qualify. Just like in the Princess Kahanu, the Kanahili project, we went through a ton of people on the wait list team, and you know they got nothing. And that's a sad day for the department personally.
Yeah, but and that's why I was curious, because I was, you know, whoever the lady was said that you folks have kind of been in business for 7 years. So I was just wondering, as far as success rate was concerned, if we've actually gotten people that were in Halimakana into other places, because those success stories I think, multiply, right? If you can have that type of success of somebody starting out there and then being successful in getting another home. So I was just wondering if it's perhaps 7 years is not enough, but I'm just wondering if we have any success stories from Halemakana.
Well, let me also say that that particular project was not a DHHL project. That was a project that we were precluded from giving preference to Native Hawaiians because we use certain federal funds, and they said, oh, okay, because of that, you can't discriminate. So we went through a process where we were able to limit the census tract and get mostly Hawaiians in there. But we were precluded, unlike we're going to do in Uluvei, where these guys are going to come off the waiting list. And we're going to prep them, we're going to get them ready. And the success rate is everyone that moves out of that facility will go into a homestead. And that's the way it should be. And so that's why, we're having a little bit of challenge on getting the gap financing for that Uluvei project. So our nonprofit may come in and ask for a little money from you guys for this $18 million project to make that one happen. And, give us a little money, leverage your money that you have, and let us do projects like this. If you give us $3 million, we'll turn it into $18 million to build a project. You hear me, Bill?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, David. Patty?
One last one, Cully. The Longstrug, what is their rental agreement there? How much do they pay a rent a month? I'm just curious.
They pay $260,000 a year.
Okay. $260,000 a year.
Yeah, they're good.
Oh, okay.
They have a lot of Hawaiian employees too.
Yeah.
Go inside, you can check it out.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions for Kali or Kamaki or Patty? If not, thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, please.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Same to
Thank
you.
you. Happy holidays.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, commission members, that brings us to the end of our exciting agenda today. I encourage all of you to get a good night's sleep.
Have a glass of wine.
And we can continue the discussion tomorrow. And we'll.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes. Go
so
ahead.
On tomorrow's calendar, just for my information, it looks like the order of business. There's an executive session somewhere. Where is that going to come? I'm assuming it's going to come before C1.
Yes, that is the plan.
So we're gonna go into executive session first thing, or we're gonna do HSD and.
HSD is normally last. That last information. So we'll do exec session, and then C1 and G1.
Okay. I just want to understand, the process. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for asking. I'm sure the other commissioners also had thoughts. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
You have a second? Got it? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, the motion carries.
All right. Guys, tomorrow.
Thank you.
Aloha, everybody.
See you tomorrow morning.
Aloha.